those of you who are from further away, you've been on the road for a while then.
Yeps. I'm always on the road.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the Zentarian Empire, like to the kind of leftish, whatever would maybe give me interaction with the Wild Elves. I kind of have an idea in that range.
All right. It's entirely plausible that you and the elf from down there met up prior to or the purpose of a journey to Ralia.
Sure.
So is there
My
anyone
route
from
would
the
just be
eastern
for
side?
exile.
Or
There's
any-
a big triangle on my map now. What's that?
a bunch of damn lines all over it and everything. Who's doing that?
Yeah, someone's trying to lag us all out.
Oh. So is there anyone that's from the eastern side? The eastern kingdoms, essentially?
I guess not.
I'm the only one.
Rev is from Worm's Breath. I'm
Okay.
from the Centaurian Empire.
If you just go by demographics, Sim is most likely to be from the forest to the northeast.
Exactly, I am. But
So yeah, your route would probably take you right through Altonia.
Right.
You'd stop at the local Temple of Tyr
Mhm.
for news and so forth, and they would send you on your merry way towards Ralia.
Right.
I've only recently discovered magic, and I'm heading east. That's my goal.
Is there a good reason, Sim, that your elven character worships a human deity?
Wait, what?
Oh
I
yeah,
mean-
that's what I'm looking up right now. Is elvish deity.
So I've spent a lot of time in the past fighting in different battles with different armies and such. My character has gone through, he's had been in a lot of wars, fought a lot of battles. He's not super nomadic by nature, but he's always looking for a cause that he feels is just, and that sometimes takes him to interact with a variety of different races. The one race that he tends to really not like is the dwarves, because they're fucking cave dwellers, and he finds them disgusting. And sorry, that was actually totally untrue, but that was more for a poke rev. No, but he generally does. He doesn't really align with races, which is a little off from what you would probably expect from a high elf of his age and everything. Part of his notes. Let me go to notes. Where is that? Yeah, part of his ideals is like, he's been in a lot of wars because there have been a lot of people that have blindly followed their leaders, and his ideal is that when you embrace that kind of when you embrace the ideals of your leaders and you don't question things, it's essentially tyranny. So that's part of the ideal sheet and everything. But so he's found that deity is something. It's a cause, essentially, a greater cause than just the wars of men or elves or dwarves or whatever. That it's like greater, his like higher power that he feels like can guide him no matter who he interacts with. So he's always looking for a cause that is just to do right.
Cool. So, yeah, does anybody else have anything pressing that they need to get figured out?
No, we're good.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty ready.
I'm ready.
I'll flesh out my character later on.
All right. It is the first day of Chess, which is the third month of the year. It's 18 days until the spring equinox. So, as you're walking towards Ralia on one of the two roads that leads there, you notice that there are just throngs of people trying to get into the city. Some people coming with nothing but what's on their back. Some people very clearly bringing tons of stuff to market, and some people who are very clearly here with a whole lot of paperwork. The bridges are guarded on the city side, not on the shore side. So there's throngs of people just kind of shoulder to shoulder on the bridges. Not a lot of people trying to get out at this point. And the guards are trying to keep people in a couple of orderly lines, and they're peace bonding all weapons. So if you have swords, axes, bows, etc., they're going to take thick straps of leather and tie them to the sheath or tie them to your backpack. Basically make it so that it's going to be very obvious that you're going for a weapon well before you could get it drawn.
So are we all just like in carriages and stuff, kind of pulling up, or kind of what are we?
At this point, you're probably all walking, unless you're,
I
part
guess
of
depending on our level of wealth.
I'm on a boat.
your first level characters. Your level of wealth is you're walking.
Right.
Well, I'm on a boat because I'm a guard for one of the merchants coming from Worm's Breath, and we took a boat.
Taking a barge up the river.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. There's an ingenious system of pulleys and platforms that haul stuff up from under the city. There are certain areas of the city or under the city where you can tie up some fairly significantly sized barges. And then there are certain areas underneath the city that are kind of roped off underneath because that's where the sewage empties out.
Yeah.
Filth.
But the city's very clean.
It is my kind of city.
Off.
So once all the stuff that you're importing in gets offloaded, you'll go up on one of the platforms and be in what amounts to the docks district of the city. Although it's a little bit odd because, like I said, everything's under the platform that the city's on.
Okay.
So everybody's got goals in the city. What's everybody going to try to do?
I am staying with my merchant. I'm under contract until he's ready to leave.
Do we know any reason why there would be such a bustle to get in as of right this moment?
People are getting prepared because in about 10 days there's going to be a huge combination festival, treaty signing, trade agreement hammer out.
Right.
Yeah, this is something that happens every year to a lesser extent. Every 5 years, it's a much bigger deal. Longer term contracts, treaties, and so forth tend to be 5 years long. But this is also the 50th anniversary of the end of a war, of the founding of this city, all sorts of fun stuff. So it's an extra big deal party.
So Simorg is actually he's at a point right now where he's left his comrades and stuff that he had been with up until recently. The cause that they had been fighting for had ended, and so he was not really discharged, but he had took his leave because he wasn't necessarily part of the army. He was almost like excuse me, he was almost not a mercenary, but he's one that kind of signs up for the cause, and the cause had fulfilled itself and ended, and so he's now in some ways seeking some kind of spiritual guidance to kind of help him to find what his next cause is. So he's essentially people watching and kind of remembering the reason for the city's existence.
Zaimina is looking for the closest inn where she can finally get some possibly little privacy and think about what her next move is going to be and maybe get some information.
Okay. You're able to pretty easily find the Gilded Green Dragon Inn.
Innkeeper, how much for a room for one night?
That would be a silver.
How much for the rest of the week?
Well, our rooms are all booked up starting on the 12th.
Out of character, what day is it again?
First.
First. You're booked up until the 12th?
No, we have at least one room available until the 12th, but starting on the 12th, all of their rooms are full until the end of the month.
I'll pay for it up until the 12th.
All right, you get a discount when you buy extra days, so he will only charge you a gold.
Done. Show me to my room, please.
Sim, did you get that note?
Yes. I actually have found a note in a barrel, and it appears that Alric the Great is expecting me, and so I am trying to find him.
Yeah, I was testing to see if you would get the note, honestly. But so while you're walking through the city, you see a small child in a cloak darting through the crowd, trying to go against the flow of traffic, and go around a corner into an alley and shove a little piece of paper into a knot hole in a barrel and then run away.
Oh.
And so when you go and pull out the piece of paper, that's what it says.
So I walked over to the barrel and pulled this paper out, and it says, being expected by Alric the Great.
I'm just gonna kind of push my way through the crowd. I'm like 6'6" and pretty thick and lean, and I'm using my disheveled, dirty charisma to make my way through the city. And I'm just kind of inspired and in awe by the bigger city. I'm not really familiar with these type of lands, and I just kind of peruse about.
All right. As you're pushing your way through the crowd, you notice something. You can't quite place your finger on it, but the city guards at the gate, the Raleigh city guards, they're wearing breastplates and they have halberds and so forth. You see a guard in the city who's dressed similarly, but his breastplate has a different device on it, but it also looks like it fits wrong somehow. Obviously different colored livery and so forth, but the thing that stands out is his breastplate doesn't look like it fits him right, and you can't figure out why.
I mean, I'm a curious individual. I'll definitely inspect further. Just kind of glance him over nonchalantly, as nonchalant as the tall giant can. Really being as leisurely as possible.
Well, you're attempting to be nonchalant, and in your nonchalance, you trip over something and fall basically face first, so that the guard has to catch you by your arms. And he says, "Careful where you're walking." Kind of shoves you off along with the flow of traffic.
Oh, sorry, mate. And I just kind of pat him down, like a friendly pat gesture, and see if I can detect anything, see if I can feel or notice anything technical, I guess.
As you're getting pushed away, your fingers brush over something that feels like a little ridge in his breastplate where there shouldn't be one.
Duly noted.
Like there's an extra joint in it or something.
Can I tell I don't want to say texture, but the form? Does it feel like metal or like
it's like a little raised half
him,
circle
part of him or something? Gotcha. Now just keep moving forward, and I kind of make note of that to kind of keep eye of any other guards with similar attributes or bumps or anything else.
Let's see. You do see other guards you see other guards in the normal city guard livery. You see some other guards wearing this slightly different uniform, but only that one seemed like the rest of them. Their breastplates look fucking normal.
Sure. And this was like an entry gate guard?
No, this was a guard. Like, he looks like he's patrolling through the city. He's walking through the city, kind of scanning the crowd, keeping an eye on people.
Sure, let's just tail him a little bit. Again, I have no specific direction right at this moment other than to see the city.
All right, let me.
I'm not trying to be stealthy, though.
Oh, you're not trying to be stealthy?
I'm totally not trying to be stealthy.
Within about half a block, he'll turn around and ask you why you're following him.
I'm new to the city, and I really don't know anybody here, and I just kind of figured a guard would wander through many of the districts. I thought I'd just kind of follow.
He kind of glares at you and says, "The moment you interfere with my patrol, I will throw you in jail."
No worries. I have no intention. I'm just admiring the city and curious as to what it has to offer.
Okay. You'll notice that he glances back at you fairly regularly as he's going on his patrol. But he
And I just kind of smile and wave. I'm a jovial guy, actually.
all right.
But I'm just tailing him otherwise.
All right, you're tailing a guard. She's hanging out in an inn. How are you going to go about trying to find Ulrich, Tim?
I've been walking through the streets of the city, and
You just yell, Ulrich!
yeah, I'm not really shouting. I'm actually was trying to find the trail of the little girl who had placed the note in the barrel, and I'm now beginning to talk to some of the individuals who are running the stands selling goods in the city, and basically just asking them for some guidance on how to find where this Alric is at.
Well, the first merchant you talk to, you say Ulrich, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's the bloke that lives in the tower up north. He's the only wizard that's just allowed to do whatever he wants in Raleigh. He had to go through all kinds of red tape."
And so I'm asking why he was having to go through that.
It's so since Raleigh is a neutral city, they allow magic more so than the Sontaran Empire, but because they're neutral and they want to give some deference to both sides, magic is very, very heavily regulated in the city of Raleigh. That's very, very well known.
Mm.
Everybody knows. If you're from the east, once you get close to Raleigh, just stop fucking doing magic unless you've got a permit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this is a neutral area.
Right. You aren't likely to immediately be hanged or burned at the stake,
Mm-hmm.
but on the west side, you're more likely to just be hanged or burned at the stake.
of the city.
No.
Okay.
So the little red area I drew around Raleigh is considered neutral territory. It's
Gotcha.
all Raleigh territory. The few farms and so forth in that area on both sides of the river provide food and so forth for people, but really the city's all about diplomacy.
I mean, so she said. So tell me what the stand lady said again one more time, so I'm clear. I feel like I might have missed something.
So in my description that I typed out of the city, which I should probably repeat anyway, the city of Raleigh is actually built over the river. At this point,
Right.
the river is a couple miles wide.
Oh God.
So there are bridges from the east and west, and the city itself is sitting on. You're a dwarf. If you're a dwarf or have ever seen dwarven stonework, the stonework pillars that are holding the city up are very clearly dwarven. But there's also some elven influence in the like flying buttresses type thing going on underneath.
Okay.
A lot of engineering and, truth be told, a little bit of magic went into the creation of the city.
Mm-hmm.
there's a third bridge out of the city, and it leads north just further up the river, and there's a big rock formation that looks natural jutting out of the middle of the river, and on top of that there's a tower that bridge leads to, and that's the tower that the person was referring to.
I mean, so I'm totally going to go towards the tower.
Going towards the tower. All right.
Yeah. I'm just going to start to move that way somewhat.
Does the tower just kind of, tower over?
Yes.
And what would the easiest access point to this tower be?
There is an access point. It is a bridge that is north dead center in the city and goes north to the tower.
Okay. So that's where I'm going.
I would also be way more interested in the magic side of things because I'm trying to escape the non-magic world.
Mm-hmm.
And if I saw the tower, most definitely would probably be interested if I knew it was magical or knew it was kind of on that other side.
I mean, it's definitely one of those things that the average tourist is going to go, so what's the deal with that super tall tower north of the city?
Sure.
And everybody in town knows that that's where the mage lives.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
definitely a place of.
It makes sense for you to head that direction.
Yeah.
Rev, your boss comes to you and says he has an errand, and everyone else is busy, and he really hates to hand this off to you, but he needs someone to go and visit one of his clients. He has some.
How hard can it be?
He has some items of a sensitive nature that need to be delivered. You're not supposed to tell anyone what's in the package. He's not going to tell you what's in the package. You're not supposed to open the package. The package is about a meter long, about a quarter of a meter wide, about 15 centimeters thick, and wrapped in paper and super heavy.
And boss, is this breakable?
That is far less breakable than your head.
Out of
I don't know
character,
about that.
lol.
Where am I supposed to take this thing?
You need to take it to the tower north of the city and ask for Ulrich. He'll know what it is.
Who's that again?
Ulrich.
All right, say it
Human,
one more
big
time
bushy
so I
gray
can
beard.
remember.
Who I'm seeking.
Ulrich.
Okay. All right, beard. I can remember beard.
Yeah,
Of course.
he looks like a tall dwarf. He's got a big bushy beard.
All right. And it's south, right?
North.
Military south.
Oh, okay. So go up to that big tower then.
Yeah.
All right. You can count on me.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
I fucking hope I can. And Zynema?
Zymina.
Uh,
Call me Zai.
While Zai is getting her things put away in her room, there's a knock on her door.
I approach the door. I open it. Can I help you?
You see a little street urchin who is very obviously a street urchin child saying, Mr. Pip said if I told you to go see Ulrich, you'd give me a silver.
Oh. Did he now?
And the little urchin holds his hand out, grubby little hand.
Very well. Tell your Mr. Pip, though, not to make promises other people might not. I give her a silver and send her.
Urchin bounces away with money.
Ulrich, huh? Well, joy. Let's go. Off we go. We're going to go see the Ulrich character. I head down the stairs, lock my door. I approach the barkeep and I'm like, Barkeep, young little child just approached me in my room. Spoke of an Ulrich. Do you know whereabouts I might find this man?
Ulrich, he's the crazy old magic bastard who lives in the tower up north.
Quite a description. Thank you very much. Guess I'll see you. I'll be back in a little while. Head out the door and start going north, looking around. Ah, tower.
Yeah, it's hard to miss.
Hard to miss. Start heading for the tower.
So it comes to pass that there are 4 humanoids on the bridge at approximately the same point in time, all heading north. You notice there's not a lot of traffic on this bridge. You are the only 4 on this bridge.
So,
And you long
Hello,
way, Storm.
everyone.
is
People.
he human?
I am
There-
human. I'm a very tall, large, dirty human.
2 elves, a dwarf, and a human walk onto a bridge.
There's a joke for
Here I see these 3. A wood elf,
Hail,
a
cousin.
dwarf, a human, and me.
Ah, good day to you, gentlemen. So what brings you to the bridge today?
I'm just staring up. It's magnificent.
I was told to head south by my boss to deliver this to some bearded thing.
So I'm seeking Alric.
What's
Ah.
underneath us? I'm just kind of like sightseeing.
What's underneath you is a river.
I too am seeking
2-mile
Ulrich.
wide river. Out of character says.
Yeah. The river. You've got at least a mile of river on your left and at least a mile of river on your right before you see land. It's deep and wide and fast at this point. So as you go north on the bridge, there's a huge tower. As you get closer to the tower, you'll notice that it doesn't appear to be constructed from cut stone. It appears to be a single piece of stone that is in the shape of a tower with windows. There are a pair of double doors in front of you. They're about 15 feet tall, super wide, and they look like they are carved out of some kind of dark wood.
That is interesting.
And there is no apparent, there's no ring, knocker, or latch on the doors.
This is not
An
quite the
odd
tower I
tower.
sought.
This is
I
so
bashed my
oddly
head into the
built.
door.
Did he just bash his head in? What are you doing?
Did you just bash your head into the door?
Yeah, my hands are full.
Okay. There's a muffled thud noise.
That can't be good.
You know, you could have asked one of us to knock for you, fool.
Hold on a
What, you
second.
weak elves?
I've got a. I think this will work.
Uh-oh.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, it worked. So, wow, you guys are bad at perception. Sim, you notice that at about nipple height, to the right of these double doors, there is a horizontal, like, slice in the stone with what looks like a little scrap of paper hanging out of it.
So, clarifying question, out of character here. Nipple dwarf height, nipple human height, or
Your nipple. Your nipple.
oh,
Your
okay, so it's quite high up then. Okay, so it's a horizontal slice on the wall of this stone or whatever tower this is.
Yeah.
And I see exactly what again?
It looks like there might be a little scrap of paper hanging out of it.
Suspicious scrap. I'm gonna say, how interesting. Yet another piece of paper rolled up and tucked into the side of some stone, and I go and I take it.
As you go over closer to grab the paper, you notice very, very finely carved in common right above the slit. It says, "Take a number."
Out of character? Fucking really?
Fucking really. It says, "Take a number." Carved into the stone.
Now, out of character, does he share this news with the rest of us? Is it?
I mean, you see him kind of wander over to the right and peer at the stone.
Okay. So, as I walk up to take this paper, I go to grab it, and as my thumb and forefinger grasp the paper, I noticed the words etched saying "take a number," and I look a little put off and a little quite unamused by the fact that this is actually the case. And I look back at everyone. I decide to tell them. Then I decided against it, and then I changed my mind and I explained that it says to take a number, and so I take the paper.
In the common script, the numeral 1 is written in very nice calligraphy on your little scrap of parchment.
And so I say out loud, it doesn't seem like anyone's been to this door in quite some time. And
Wait,
I tell them,
I'll walk over and I was like, it truly gives numbers, and I just pull out a number.
You pull a little scrap of paper out, and it very nice and neat in calligraphy has the common numeral 2 written on it.
Huh.
Hope it's
Interesting.
long.
Years. I don't think you can do math. If you got 1, then that means nobody's ever been to the tower. Not just in a long time.
I mean, they could have changed the role.
So I would take it that we're probably the first visitors ever here.
Oh.
We have numbers, but what do we do with them?
Mm-hmm.
I'm legitimately just banging on the rock. Hello?
On the rock?
Yeah, or whatever exterior surface is in front of us.
I mean, there's a door.
Yeah, wasn't it like a stone door or
No,
something?
door's made of wood.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I'm totally just knocking.
So I'm kind of waving the dumb human over and hoping that he'll be the guinea pig for us and just open the door so we can find out what this peculiar situation is really all about.
I mean,
Open the knob.
if I get no response from knocking, I will totally just try and open.
It doesn't seem like your knocking is even making that much noise. Like your fist hits the door and you get like a muffled little.
Sure.
Let me see.
Is there a handle?
Nope.
Something tells me this might be a door requiring magic to open.
I'm going to take a running charge and headbutt the door again.
It makes about as much noise as when the human's hand hit it.
Wow.
I look down at the poor little foolish human, and I'm like, you might want to
You mean the dwarf?
stop doing
Right.
that dwarf, before you kill yourself.
I mean,
You don't have to worry about me.
he hit it with his head. He's fine.
Oh.
Well, at least stop it because you're annoying the rest of us.
I mean, how annoying is it to watch a dwarf with his arms full of something headbutt a door?
I think your idea of annoyance is
noise.
my idea of entertainment.
It's the noise. I don't need any more excess noise.
These wood elves.
So two of you are holding numbers. What are you doing?
So
Well,
I'm seeking a place to either place the number or redeem the number. Something I can
Same.
some way I can actually use the number. So I'm actually going to. Is there a spot under the door where I could slide the number under?
Or like a box on the
Right.
side of the door.
Well,
Is that
as
okay?
you walk right up in front of the door and you're about to slide the number under, the double doors open about wide enough to admit you.
Not wide enough to admit me.
No, just wide enough to admit one person. Like, they don't swing all the way open. They swing open just enough for an elf to walk through them.
Oh, so who's the elf going to be? I think to say ladies first, but considering that I don't know this person, I feel it's very important that I lead the charge and step in myself.
Okay.
Oh, you are number one.
I am number one.
You walk through the door, and the moment it wouldn't strike your heel doing so, the doors snap shut.
So I quickly look behind me and I quickly look behind me and I go to.
I would have been trying to fight the door even if it threw me across the room.
So I shout out for Alric and request his presence. It's what is the appearance of the room before I really...
You are in a circular chamber that looks like it, maybe a third the diameter of the tower, but still circular chamber. From where you stand, along the wall to the right, again circular, to the right and to the left, there are stairs going up. They meet in the middle at a door that's, about a story up and in front of you.
Let me see. So, I'm thinking to myself, should I let the people that are also here, let them know what I'm doing? So I go to the door and I let them know that I'm assuming that the door will not open. So I try to budge a door. I'm assuming it's not going to open. Yes.
When you place your hand on the door, it opens.
Okay, so we're talking about the end door to the tower now.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go back out.
Okay, so I'm going to try and open the door so that the others can get in.
If someone else tries to come in, the door shuts.
So it's
unless it's Zanima, she can walk in.
Okay, so I'm going to try to open the door for Zanima so she can come in as well.
Yeah, if she tries to walk in.
Okay, I thank you. I go to walk in.
It's dangerous to go alone, friend.
As soon as you're in, the door's shut.
Okay, so this tower is not allowing any other races in. It's just us, and so I've been able to allow the other elf in with me, to Zanima in with me, and so now I'm looking up towards this door and I'm explaining to her this is this is the only door that I see ahead of us, and I think that we should probably try to find Alric. I've shouted out for Alric.
I take it he didn't respond.
I haven't heard anything from him yet, so I'm gonna say no.
Nope, not even an echo.
So I think it would bode well for us to find out where he's at. We're in here stuck. We can't let the others in. It would be in our best interest to find him. Yes. So we venture towards the door. And I'm going to...
I think I heard someone say he was grabbing a scrap of paper.
Yeah, I am. I admitted defeat to the door and grabbed one.
Okay, so you have a scrap of paper that has a 3 on it.
And then attempt to enter.
And the door opens and lets you in.
What?
And snaps shut behind you.
Okay.
How high is this paper dispenser thing?
That's funny.
You can reach it, but you have to reach up, like just over your head. It's elf nipple high.
Nipple high to an elf, really high for you.
Well, I didn't know how tall Sim was, so
I'm 6'2".
my guy's only 4'8".
Yeah. You reach your hand up. You can pull a number.
Okay, I'll pull a number as well.
It's a 4.
No. The tower can count, y'all.
Yeah. So now the dwarf trundles in behind you, and the door goes shut.
Oh, with the cat dragged in.
I just start bumbling about the place, just examining things with no regard for the space we're in.
There's literally staircase going up to the left or to the right, and they meet in the middle door.
All right. So I'm beginning to walk up the right staircase.
And I'll follow behind him.
Okay.
I'll go up the left staircase.
Okay.
And I'm saying to them, you can choose to do as you wish. I'm here to find Alric, and this seems to be the only door, so I'm going to see if we can
You need
open
help,
this.
little friend. I look at the dwarf.
I mean, he is carrying
I need
something
a lot of help.
longer than he is tall.
I try and take as much load from him as I can. Ha ha ha.
Uh-oh.
Phrasing? Are we doing phrasing?
But yeah, I try and take some of the things he's carrying and help carry him along.
He's carrying an thing.
Oh, a thing. Okay, I'll try to take the thing then.
And I attempt to pick him up by him holding his hand, so like leverage, and throw him across the room.
I'll contest this with an athletics check.
I think
I'm working on it.
Strength check.
Yeah, for you it's a strength check. For him it's an athletics check. He's able to plant himself, and you're not able to toss him off. You are impressed, but neither is he able to wrench it out of your grip.
Okay,
Hmm.
fine. Have it your way.
It's strong
Interesting.
for short.
Okay. And as we're approaching the door, I'm taking a look at it, and is there anything odd about it?
This is a standard-ass wooden door like you'd find on someone's house. It's even got a handle and everything.
All right. Well, before we burst in, we'll go ahead and get a nice. Ulrich? Knock on
I
the.
knock on the door with my head.
It makes the appropriate knocking noises, but you get no response.
Well, don't just stand there. Open the door.
Don't tell me what to do. As I open the door.
This
The door opens on what appears to be a well-appointed sitting room. There's a nice couch. There's a fire burning in a fireplace. You're not sure where the chimney or flue or anything is, but there's a fire. There's also what appears to be a long wooden bar with a small keg on top of it. And there's a spiral staircase running around the outside and up of this, again, circular room. If you try and look up and see the top, you just get dizzy. You can't tell how far up it goes.
Is that alcohol fire?
Here.
I'm getting dizzy looking up.
Yeah. Every turn and a half, they don't seem to be regularly spaced. There are doors just spotting the walls up this spiral staircase.
I see the keg, and that's all I see.
Behind the bar, there are some like wooden steins, basically.
So I'm doing a kind of walk around and observing the environment, and I'm kind of looking to see if there's anything that would maybe give a clue to Ulrich's presence, or even if anyone's been there. So I'm trying to find out if anyone's even been in this environment recently, or for any kind of presence at all.
I set down my package and knock the top off the keg and just start drinking straight from the keg.
And does
You can't.
Oh,
No, like literally, if you try and like pull the spigot out of the little mini keg, because little mini wooden keg looks like it'd fill 4 steins maybe. Got a little spigot on it. You can't pull the spigot out, but you can
Alright,
turn it, and beer will come out.
I'll get a stein and fill it up.
It is a very dark beer.
You okay over there?
Oh yeah, that was one of my neighbors. Sorry, out of character.
out of
One of my
character.
neighbors upstairs. A lot of banging.
Out of character, lol.
What's that? Bang, bang, a bang and a bang.
Well, I mean, that is sort of why you came to the city, though, right?
Well, men
Lot
and
of
women,
banging?
a lot of banging. I'm not picky. Okay, back to this. While he's searching one side of the room, I'm looking at the other stop it, on the other side of the room, trying to find something to give us an awareness of what's going on.
There's a spiral staircase. There's a bunch of doors up and up. There's a bar. There's some cups. There's a couch, couple chairs, little table, and a fire. And
So
that's
what are
what's in
you
this
all
room.
looking for?
I'm seeking
Well-
Ulrich.
I too am seeking Ulrich. A little human child told me that he was.
And I also had I found a little girl actually running through the alleyway, and she had put a piece of paper into a barrel, and so I was, it said that Ulrich was actually looking for me, requested my presence, and so I'm actually here to find him. That's how I learned of Ulrich's location, where he might be.
Mine blackmailed me and made me pay in silver.
I was
I
supposed
just
to be
happened to
delivering
stumble in.
something. But, hey, free alcohol.
Are you sure you should be Never mind. I don't really care. Drink to
It's
your heart's
really
content.
good beer.
Well,
Have
since
I
there's nothing,
finished my
nothing
first
else
one
to
yet?
do, I'm gonna go ahead and start heading up the stairs.
So
You
the
start
most
heading
interesting
upstairs.
thing here is a person, then.
Yeah, the most interesting thing here is little mini keg of beer.
No, I was just asking them.
Um, yes, I guess.
Then I guess let's go find the person.
Let us go find the
Maybe a
person.
I'm heading towards the door as well, up the staircase further.
Which door? First one?
Yes. First door.
Okay, first door, standard door. Are you knocking on
So
it?
I-
Are you opening it?
Yeah, so I go to open the door and am I able to open the door?
Yep, door
Okay.
opens.
So I open the door and I kind of hold it open for the rest of these new companions that are here with me, and as I open the door,
As you open the door, you see a room that you don't think should physically fit in the footprint of the tower. It's square. It's like 50 feet on a side, and it is full of cages around the walls of every shape and size of feline that you can imagine, from little house cats through to lions and tigers, cougars, pumas, etc.
And bears.
They all have food and water dishes, clean fresh straw bedding. They don't look like they're in any kind of distress, but a few of the larger ones look at you like they'd like to take a piece out of you.
What kind of monster cage wild animals? Like,
A few of the smaller ones are meowing at you and look like they want
Oh.
attention.
you poor little creature. I go through and I stroke one of the cats. I know better than to release out of character. I know better than to release one. Okay.
and so
You successfully pet a cat.
I'm still at the bar drinking.
And so I'm actually looking around and trying to find any kind of similar characteristic other than that they're all cats. Like if there's any kind of markings on them, if there's any of the cages that, if there's like a specific kind of lock, is it something that I can pick and open? Is there any of them that stand out as being unique or possibly worth investigating more than the other?
No, I mean the bigger cats are in bigger cages with locks, but they're all in cages. The cages are all locked.
So nothing really stands out as far as like would differentiate one cat or feline from the other.
Other than
their
like
characteristics.
lions and then tigers and then cougars. Yeah, no, they're all
Just
just
that,
look to
okay.
be standard members of their species.
All right. So I'm looking around the room for any other like items, doors, notches, locks, levers, anything.
Nope.
Nothing.
There's a bunch of cats in cages.
So
As lovely as this room is, I
Yeah.
think we should possibly go to the next.
my sentiments exactly. So
Yeah, I've
my
already
thoughts.
lost interest of it.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as I saw animals in cages, I was out.
Lost interest, or were you concerned for your well-being?
Concerned, but withheld.
Got it.
And I'm still drinking at the bar.
And so I walk out the door.
You've had 3 beers and there's still beer coming out of that keg.
This keg is amazing.
So I'm kind of looking over peculiar. I'm thinking to myself how there must be some magic about in this place. So I think
I'm just straight up opening whatever is allowing me to open it.
You open the next door, it's a bunch of dogs in cages, from small dogs all the way up through bears.
I'm starting to sense a theme in this tower that I'm not liking too much.
Breathe.
All right,
The
lots
third
of cage
door looks
creatures.
like it opens into a library that is, again, way bigger than anything has any right to be in this tower.
You know, in a town that forbids magic, this is glaringly obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering to
Subtlety
myself.
is not the strong suit here.
Yeah, so I'm wondering to myself how it is that this place can exist in this town, or in the city rather. And I'm
I
looking
would.
for the next door, or maybe even the staircase. I'm wondering if that's the way we should be going right now. Higher,
As you're continuing up the staircase, because that's the only way to get to more doors.
right?
Higher and higher.
Yeah.
The next door, when you're about 6 feet away from it, the next door bursts open, and see a disheveled-looking old, like, stereotypical wizard, long bushy beard, in robes, pointy hat and all, come barreling out of the, like, door slams against the wall, comes barreling out of the door, and you see, like, tongues of flame kind of chasing him out the door, and the door slams shut behind him, and he's panting, and he comes out and he goes, "Oh, who are you?"
Are you Ulrich?
"I am. This is my tower. Who are you?"
I'm Zymina, and you sent a child to fetch me?
"I did no such thing. I sent Pip to fetch you."
Oh, well, apparently Pip paid a child to fetch me. You might want to choose your messengers more wisely.
Sounds like a thing Pip would do, and then he starts yelling, "Pip!"
And then I say that I found a young girl running through an alley that left a note saying that you might be seeking me, and so I followed the trail here to seek you out.
Note in a barrel? That sounds odd. "Pip, where are you?" And Ulrich excuses himself and starts walking down the stairs as he, just kind of walks past you down the staircase.
I'm gonna walk past him and go open the door he just shut.
I
You open
grab
the door,
him by the back of. I grab him and kind of pull him away slightly, saying, "That might not be a good idea. There were flames coming out of."
What if there's something even dangerous in there? If he's just hiding in this tower.
You don't understand the words coming out of your mouth half the time.
No.
Follow us.
Honest, at least.
I'll follow.
And so I'm also following Alric.
Ulrich gets down to the bottom of the stairs, notices the dwarf drinking beer, and says, "Oh, don't mind if I do," and grabs a stein, fills the beer from the still seemingly half-empty little tiny pony keg, salutes the dwarf, downs the beer.
So as I walk and follow Alric and kind of witness this scene, I'm find it rather odd, his behavior, and I'm wondering to myself whether someone's been, being mischievous and calling people in his name for no reason, or if this is some sort of a, if he's just playing some sort of an act. And so I kind of sit back and lean up against the wall behind me, and I kind of just watch the scene.
Shit, that's a good point. Let me check something on your skills here. You do have it. Of course you do. Ulrich strikes you as very much the absent-minded professor.
Mm-hmm.
If you catch the meaning there,
Little addlebrain.
he seems a bit
not
addled. Yeah. Also, Rev, you are starting to get very slightly buzzed.
Are you Big Beard? Big Beard. Something was important. I can't remember what. I think I was supposed to give you something. Are you expecting?
I'm thinking that
Ulrich looks down at you and says, "Well, I'm expecting a great many things. I'm expecting the sun to rise tomorrow. I'm expecting that it'll rain in 3 days. I'm expecting that Pip will make an appearance in the near future."
Well, nope, I didn't bring any of those.
So what do you do here? Asking.
this guy.
I conduct magical research.
Interesting. And the animals locked in cages?
Yeah, I just straight up put on a grimace at that statement.
And I raised an eyebrow. in curiosity.
He's like, well, those are my pets.
You keep your pet in cages. You keep all of them in cages?
How?
I remember. Here, I have a package for you, and I dropped it.
Ulrich is very easily distracted and says, "Oh, I've been expecting this," and starts unwrapping it.
Awesome.
I'm kind of.
Well, my job is done, and I
I'm a little curious as to what's in the box, so I kind of wander over and watch him unwrap his present.
It's not a box. It's actually, when he pulls the paper off, it is just a hunk of metal of the dimensions described.
Yeah. Interesting. What are you going to do with that?
Experiments.
Why do
Take the
that
chunk of metal and he leans
shiver
it
down
against
my
it.
spine?
What kind of experiments do you conduct? What are you planning to do with that?
Well, magical experiments. Mithril has all sorts of unknown magical.
That's a chunk of mithril?
Yeah, that's a chunk of mithril.
How did you manage to get a chunk of mithril out of the dwarves?
Well, you see, I've perfected the, oh, what is it? And he looks lost for a moment, and then his eyes find the keg. Ah, yes, the ever-full keg of beer.
And I think to myself and say, focus, Ulrich.
I don't think focus is his primal, is his, to-do list here.
If I focused too narrowly on one thing, I would miss so much.
I mean, to be fair, I think you're missing quite a bit already, Ulrich, but we'll go with that.
I
And-
vote we open more doors.
have I made it to the front door yet?
Stumbling, he says.
Well, you've made it to the door of the antechamber. About to open it, it bursts open, and a halfling comes running in like he's out of breath. From the front, this halfling looks a little different, but Sim, you notice that this is probably what you thought earlier was a little girl putting a note in a barrel. Same cloak,
I see the similarities. And I say, you there.
same height.
You there. Were you the one that placed the note in the barrel? What are you up to?
He's panting, out of breath. He says, "Well, it's not my fault you're early."
What do you mean
said-
early?
I'm going to assume this your Pip.
Yes, I'm Pip. Who's asking?
I'm Zymina. You sent a little urchin child to my door, telling her I would give her money. You owe me 1 silver.
No, I paid the urchin 1 silver to deliver a message to you.
Either way, you owe me a silver.
No, I already paid the urchin.
The urchin, then I think she bilked both of us then. Because she told me, you told her I would pay her a silver.
Well, that just seems like an urchin trying to get paid twice.
Oh well. Better her belly full than... She's begging on the streets tonight, I guess.
Oh, I doubt she'll do any begging. Her mother just doesn't enforce washing. Really, Ref? Really? Are you trying to see if you can lag out your client?
Out of character, I noticed a lot of dice being rolled. Rev. Doing Rev things. Okay. And so I'm inquiring more into what it is exactly that I'm doing here. To either Ulrich or his little peon.
Well, Ulrich said that you were all supposed to be here on the 15th. You're all early. So Ulrich chimes in with, well, they are supposed to be here on the 15th. That's what the prophecy says.
Oh.
Oh, God, the prophet.
What prophecy is this you speak of, Ulrich?
I do love stories.
I bet you do, young one. I bet you do.
the prophecy that the seer Alessa is supposed to pronounce on the 10th. It says you'll be here on the 15th.
Well,
That you're telling me
would
the
you-
prophecy is of us arriving and that's all?
Well, I don't know what the prophecy says.
Then how did you know we specifically need to be here?
Because the prophecy says you'll be here on the 15th.
We're gonna talk in circles with this one.
So I
So,
I
well,
think to
we're early.
so I think to myself that this feels like a lot of games by some crazy old man and his little peon Pip here. And my thoughts are, there's all these creatures in cages, and as mindless or, dumbfounded or brainless or whatever this guy might appear to be, my years have taught me not to take things at face value, and I'm beginning to feel a bit suspicious when there's doors that, there's this magical tower almost in a city where magic's not allowed. There's, this guy who seems that Alric, who appears like he's maybe playing a game and talking about some prophecy that he's not actually explaining. And so I'm contemplating to myself leaving, and as I'm feeling this is a waste of my time.
My tribe did not send me to the city this day. Waste my time here. Either you get to the point or I'm leaving.
Very elven. We are out of character, he says.
The point, my dear, is that you are early. The prophecy isn't going to be spoken until the 10th. And what we know of the prophecy is that the four of you will be here on the 15th.
I look over at. I'm leaving.
I'm also leaving. I have better things to do with my time than games. Foolish games.
Oh, I thought I'd be much further by the 14th.
I raise an eyebrow and look at Bashal. I hope I said that right. And
Yeah,
walk towards the door and say,
And
if you have
one
nothing
step
more to
behind it.
tell me.
I'm just gonna start going back up the stairs.
Good luck with that one. Very curious, and I'm done safe.
And so I'm heading towards the door to walk out.
Whoa, that was a lot of dice.
That's all I do. And I go to open the door to exit or to press the
It
door.
opens.
And I walk out.
And I'm right on his heel.
The elves have left the building.
And so I'm walking along, and I look over at Zinema, and I think to myself, and I look to her and I ask, I really don't understand what this was all about, but I'm not
Yes,
going to play games any longer.
Yes, this was a grand waste of time. I have other things to do.
Agreed, Zinema. And so I'm walking, exiting, leaving. I'm going to go back to observing the people in the square of the city.
And I need to find the nearest. I need to find some information. So I'm trying to find a place where, like a local bar or a commerce center where I can ask some questions.
The inn where you have a room was fairly well populated.
All right, I'll just head back to my inn so I can talk to the innkeeper and some of the patrons there.
So you are heading off in an direction. Where are you going, Sid?
I am actually going towards the central location, sort of back to where I was at previously, and I'm just wondering to myself what that whole situation was about. It seemed very odd. I'm contemplating going back and just kind of observing, but at the same time, my curiosity doesn't have enough weight because I feel like this was some sort of a game and it was a waste of time. So I'm going back towards the square now. I've decided not to walk back. And as I go back to the square, I start to observe the people again. And I start to remember some of what happened and the reason for the town's existence, and sort of kind of looking for, you know, anyone who either needs help or might look like they're troubled, because that tends to be how things work for me. I look for people that are in need of help, and it's always drawn me to a cause. Maybe not immediately, but over time, it eventually does.
As you are looking around, and possibly because you're looking around, you're one of the few people that notices, you're not focusing on any given individual thing. Off to the west, you notice beyond the city, the skyline appears to just kind of flash brighter for a moment.
And so it definitely gains my attention, and so I'm starting to walk towards it out of curiosity for what it was that might have caused that flash.
About, let's see, it would be about 7 seconds into walking in that direction, you hear / feel a low rumbling noise.
So as I feel it, I'm wondering where it's coming from.
It's like thunder coming from the west, but it's a sunny but cool day in early spring.
And so am I feeling this like kind of below me, more above me?
It's kind of that way that you feel thunder rumbling.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just looking that
it's
direction then.
Well, since you're looking in that direction, it's pretty easy for you to notice that now it appears that there's something like a cloud billowing up in that direction.
And so I start to focus at that, and I'm trying to get an idea of how far away this cloud must be.
It's, few miles west of the edge of the river. All you can really tell is that there's something large and smoking there.
So I'm kind of I'm trying to get an idea of how large this is, how quickly it's developing.
The best comparison you would have is like a grain silo on fire. It's that level of smoke, and it not that level of fire, but that level of just smoke being poured out into the air.
So I'm looking around me, and I'm looking at the other people in the city that are going about their business. I'm wondering if it's catching anyone else's eye or not.
At this point, it hasn't caught too many people's attention. If you're near the wall, you might see like a guard looking in that direction and maybe calling down to somebody, but there isn't like mass hysteria in the streets because there's some smoke to the west.
So I'm going to one of the guards, and I'm trying to get their attention in case this might be something that would potentially put the citizens or the people in the city in danger in any way. That's my main goal right now, is to try and ensure that the city is warned of any kind of potential danger, because I have this ominous feeling about this situation right now.
You're pretty easily able to find one of the city guards and
so I go up to
tell
the city
him that you see something off to the west.
And so I tell him I see this smoke almost forming, and that I felt thunder, and I'm kind of wondering what's happening, and that I'm kind of worried that for the safety of the town, I'm letting him know. I'm curious what he has to say.
He He thanks you for your concern and says that a member of the city guard will be dispatched once the shift rotation has completed. And don't worry about it, citizen. We'll take care of it. Yada yada yada.
Okay. And so I'm kind of inspecting it again, and I'm looking to see if potentially it's moving closer, faster. Is there anything that I can gather from this? Anything I can do to inspect this any more outside of leaving the city?
Not really. It's a few miles away. It looks like something put out a bunch of smoke.
So I'm just gonna continue looking at this. There's nothing that in my as far as my traits or skills that I can use to really do anything about this. Is there? So I know I have divine sense, and I know that I'm wondering if that would potentially help me to identify anything, if there is anything there right now.
It's way more than 60 feet out.
Way more, yeah. And well, so I'm just kind of being mindful of it, but I'm continuing to go back and watching people. I'm kind of giving it a glance every so often just to see if it's gathering, more momentum in any way, shape, or form, or if it's moving closer, faster, or anything like that. So
It seems to be pretty stable. The smoke is actually slowly dissipating at this point.
okay. And how far out did you say it was?
Best guess from here, you'd say it's 5 to 10 miles
Okay. Yeah.
west of the riverbank.
So then, yeah. So then I have no intentions of going. There's no telling what it could be, and that's not why I'm here.
Those of you still in the tower, what you doing?
If Ulrich is going back upstairs, I'm casually walking with him, and if he doesn't stop at that door we left off at, I'm just gonna open it regardless of what.
Ulrich's in the sitting room admiring a huge slab of mithril.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave him to his own devices for a moment and go see. And I'm just curiously peeking into the door, not intentionally doing anything else.
And I have a feeling I got lost.
Feel like you got lost?
He got drunk and stumbled into the library or something.
Well, I mean, I've been trying to leave for, since I said so, and I haven't left yet, so I'm assuming I'm lost.
Oh, no, you just weren't able to leave initially because a pip came bursting in. If you left with the elves, you left with the elves.
No, I think I got lost. I'm walking in circles up and down the stairs. I keep going up the stairs and saying, that's not the door. And then I walk down the stairs, and then I'm like, oh, hey, stairs.
I mean, you did drink a bunch of beer.
But yeah, my goal is only to peek in the door. I'm not going full force into the door. Just mostly just curious as to what was in there and if the creatures got bigger and bigger.
The door that you are attempting to open appears to be locked.
Okay. I just kind of remember that it's spring outside and just kind of neander back off and just kind of wander back out the front door if the token thing lets me.
Oh yeah, you can leave.
Yeah, I'll just wander back in town with no other particular motive other than to go onto the eastern side of the town. Intentionally going to the eastern side for sure.
Hey, dwarf, you notice that human person that walked in with you walking out a different door than the one you keep looking at?
He might know something, guys.
If I see him scurrying behind me, I'm like, come on, little buddy.
Wow.
Oh.
Even with alcohol in your system,
Wow.
the dwarf notices the pillar of smoke to the west.
Mm.
Wow. There's
I
something
just see
black
him
over
just
there.
stop and say, "Wow."
Yeah, just halfway down the bridge, the dwarf stops, looks west, and goes, "Wow."
I too will look at whatever he's looking.
There's a pillar of smoke to the west.
Duly noted.
Wonder if I can swim there.
Oh
That's
God.
your people, isn't it? I mean, your people are all about volcanoes and I don't know, rocks. Smoke would be volcano, right?
Can I tell that it's not like a natural thing?
Oh yeah, that is a big, thick, oily column of smoke. That is definitely something burning what wasn't normally meant to burn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not a volcano. I don't remember a volcano. I mean, I could be wrong.
You came from a
No,
volcano.
okay.
You live in a volcano.
A moving volcano would be pretty cool.
Oh,
A
that
moving
would be
volcano would be terrible.
I
need to bring
just
that
continue
idea up.
on through the city.
I'm going to try and find my boss.
All right, you go back to the docks, such
Is he
as they
there?
are. Oh yeah, he's there. He asked you if you were able to deliver. Did you make your delivery?
I don't remember, but does our volcano move?
What? No. Did Ulrich get the mithril?
Oh yeah, beard dude. Yes.
Out of character. Are you drinking in real life, Rev?
No.
Oh wow. Good job, man.
Definitely.
Well done.
You can't tell. I've been drunk a few times.
So you were drunkenly explaining to your boss that you were able to make a delivery. Where are you?
What time of day is it, for that matter?
I mean, you've killed some time. It is now, getting on towards early afternoon.
I suppose I'll try and find. I'm gonna look for the more interesting inn. If there's on the eastern side, if there's anything magic acceptable in, if that makes sense, like a magic club. That sounds silly, but I mean that's kind of the idea. Like
the entirety of the magic club in this town, because I'm assuming you're asking questions like, hey, where do I go to do magic in this place?
right. It's, or at least looking around and be like, all right, that place seems to be doing magic. They seem to be okay with it. They don't. Kind of stuff.
Yeah. The only place like that is that weird tower north of town.
Gotcha.
The exception being like the temples have an exception for like healing magics, but other than that, if there's magic being done in Ralia, it's being done in that tower right there.
Is there any kind of memorial to the girl?
There's a statue in the middle of town, but
Because if I know of that, I'm gonna go
decorated
sightsee
and
that.
shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sightsee that.
Yeah, they're putting that together for the celebrations coming up. So there's some scaffolding up around the square. It's actually a huge mess right now. But there's a statue of a little girl in the middle.
I do actually ask about festivities or any like major things, the know of what's happening. Just casually to the people decorating.
Oh yeah, they're happy to tell you all about the planned events for the festival.
Cool.
They have a lot of there's a dance on this night, and there's a feast on this night, and you have to know these people to do this event, and you had to be a member of this group to go here. And
Is there any like big ones that like everybody in town is going to be at, kind of thing?
yeah, the procession on Raleigh Day.
And what does that entail?
It's basically a big parade in honor of the little girl who lost her life, and in honor of the signing of the treaty, and the procession that goes through town, and yeah,
Sure.
bunch of diplomats waving their hands, all dressed in fancy clothes.
What day was that again?
The 15th.
The day of our destiny.
If you look at the calendar, it's marked. So, Elf Lady in bar.
Sorry, you said calendar, so I'm trying to find that now.
Towards the upper right corner, there should be just a little calendar-shaped button.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, interesting. The 1st, and we're going to the 15th. Oh, we're gonna be here. All right. So I'm assuming I've reached the bar at this point,
Yeah.
and I go in and I'm looking around and I try to find. I see the innkeeper and I go to the innkeeper and I let him know it's. I approach him and said, "Innkeeper, I have a few questions that I need answered. I'm not really comfortable in the city, so I've never been here too often. Where would one go to see men and women willing to relocate?"
It's a good question. I mean, I guess you could ask around in the Elven Quarter.
Where would that be?
It gives you directions to the northeastern corner of town, basically.
All right, I thank the innkeeper and I start heading towards that direction.
Away!
Way. And as I'm heading there, I'm looking around the town, just observing festivity, the people, and just kind of and not kind of really caring much about what's going on, but I do like to sure I know what's going on around me.
Yeah, there's people going about their business. There's vendors yelling at people to buy their shit.
Ugh. Town.
Yeah, city stuff.
All right, but how long did it take me to get to the Elven Quarter?
Yeah, you're walking for a while. All right. I'll go to Push to Talk. Sorry.
Out of character, I was kind of wondering what that noise was.
That is another human hammering grommets into pieces of leather.
So, are there any festivities tonight specifically, or any events occurring tonight?
This is the beginning of people ramping up for the festivities, so that's why people are just starting to get into town. They're just putting up scaffolding for erecting some extra stuff in the town square. It's a very busy time, but there's not a whole lot of festivity going on. It's like the week before Burning Man. Everybody's building shit and nobody's partying yet.
Right. Well, I guess I'm gonna go linger at a pub or inn and see what kind of residence I can even afford tonight, or if I need to go like outside and go sleep somewhere. I gotta figure that out. So I'm gonna go try and see what's available.
Well, I mean, you can always just crash on a bench in the park, but the guards.
Is there a park? I will most definitely make my way to the park.
Yeah, there's a park. Of course, there's a park. It's in the Elven District.
I will definitely be a hobo.
While you are all wandering about town and going about your various tasks. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a button for this. Sim, you are apparently even though you don't have the highest modifier, you're the only one who ever notices.
Whoever notices what?
You're the only one who ever notices anything when I make everybody do a
Wow,
perception.
that's pretty sad, you guys. I'm just gonna say that right now.
So you hear what sounds like people screaming in pain and or panic.
So
at some fair distance, but you hear that.
boy, so some fair distance. In what direction is this coming from, and what's the fair
West
distance?
of where you are.
West? That's the direction. Wasn't that the direction of the
Yeah.
Smoke.
smoke?
You can't hear shit that far away, but yeah, it's that general direction.
that direction, and if it's a fair distance, I'm assuming it's maybe on the. So I start to make my way that direction. I'm wondering, is there like an entrance to the city this direction to the west? I believe there is. Yes.
Yep, there's the one entrance on the west and the one entrance on the east.
Right. So I'm moving towards the entrance on the west, wondering if I'm going to see some citizens or peasants or even peons or soldiers or anything from that direction that are maybe running, and if I can see what they're in danger from. So I'm moving towards the gate, and I'm wondering what I see.
Well, what you see is that there are some people trying to press in and be let in as the gates of the city are actually being shut, and there are guards running around and shouting orders at each other.
Oh no! So I'm moving up to the guards, and I yell to the first one I see. Why are you trying to shut the gates when there are people that are clearly trying to get inside for some help?
Well, as soon as all the people are safe that we can safely get in, we need to be able to shut them. And the crowds aren't as bad as they were this morning. It looked like most people were trying to get here early.
Right.
But there's definitely a rush for the last few people to get across the bridge and into the...
So I'm kind of looking around and wondering if there are any of the other, my brief companions that were at that tower, or Ulrich was at. I'm wondering if I see any of them, if they're around nearby, if there's anyone familiar that I can see who might be willing to help me assist, or not assist, but inspect what's going on outside the gates.
Well, I just rolled another check. Bashal notices a commotion to the west, as does Zanima, but you're both further east, so you're getting a little bit of yelling in the distance, and you're hearing people talk about a disturbance at the west gate.
So I'm going to move to the
investigate.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to move to the gate.
I hear it, but I think it's just part of the I hear a disturbance. I figure, the city guard will take care of it. I mean, with all this crowd, eventually some kind of commotion is going to happen.
Pressing on. All right, as you get up to the gate, the last few stragglers are coming through, and these people are like, dude hauling his wife along, and she's holding a bloody stump.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
These last few people getting in are injured.
This is a mature channel for Virtue, isn't it? Hold on. So yeah, I'm just are the guards? I'm wondering if the guards have shut the doors by this time, the gates by this time.
Yeah, they're letting these last few injured people in. It doesn't look like there's anyone else on the bridge, and the doors are now.
So I'm looking for a way up to the wall so I can maybe inspect and get a better view, a bird's eye view or something, if possible.
You can see that there's a guardhouse, and it's apparent that there's stairs that you go through the guardhouse to go up, but as you get up to the guardhouse, there's a guard who's like, "What? Why are you trying to come in the guardhouse?"
And so I'm telling him, I am trying to get to the top to see what's going on in the distance. I don't really sound like that, but okay. And the guard says,
The guard says, "Well, if you're not a member of the guard,
so I'm looking for any other possible place in the environment that I can get to, where I'm going to be able to get some kind of view of what the heck's going on out there."
If you go a little to the north or south, like the gate is literally just there to close off the bridge. You can get to a point where you can actually see the bridge and what's.
So yeah, so I'm just going to move to a point to the north, I think, to get an idea of what's going on out there. I really need to get a view, so I'm going to move up that direction so I can see something.
All right.
So if there's a place that I can see anything.
Yeah, you go north a little ways, and you're able to see the bridge and a little bit of the land beyond the bridge.
Okay.
You're able to make out something small moving along the shore, but it's not actually coming onto the bridge.
So, is there anything I have on hand? I don't think there is anything in my bag that I can use, but I'm looking for a way to inspect or to see further. I have nothing, I don't think. Nope. So I'm just going to keep watching until I can make out what's going on, what I see.
You see some movement along the shoreline and around the area of the bridgehead.
And it's not coming any closer.
No, whatever or whomever it is not setting foot on the.
I see.
And the bridge is pretty long.
I see. So I got you. So it's staying on the other side, further to the west of the bridge.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the gate guards, and I'm gonna tell them what I've seen. And so I walk back down south, back towards the gate, and I catch the first guard that's guarding the gate, or even, I talk to him and I say, hey, so I was up to the north of here. I was out looking out beyond. I noticed something. Is there any way we can get anybody to inspect that? Any guards that are willing to go out there? Anybody who can look out that direction and can see what might be out there, if it's danger or not.
He says, once we've tended to the wounded and gotten them off to the temple for healing, we will be assembling a force to go deal with this.
Okay. So I'm just going to essentially stand by and kind of wait to see if there's anything I can do to help, because that's kind of what I do.
I mean, there's a couple of clearly injured people who were not so direly injured that they were the first dragged off to the temple.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna go and ask if,
they're just being watched by the guards,
okay,
mostly so that other people don't trample them, held off to the side, so that once they have more manpower, they can help them off.
So I know I can heal wounds with lay on hands. So I'm going to go over to the injured, and I'm going to ask if there's anything I can do to help. If they are wounded and they're in any need of help.
I mean, there are a few people who are very clearly in pain and bleeding.
So I'm going to go up to them and ask if I can assist them with their wounds.
They're in pain. They're not going to say no.
Okay, so so I know I've got lay on hands, and that's for my divine sense is for detecting evil. Lay on hands is my heal, so I can heal wounds. So I would like to.
You can restore a total number of hit points equal to your paladin level times 5. So a total of 5 hit points.
So the first person I see, I'm going to cast lay on hands on them.
Okay, I mean these are commoners. You're gonna burn 1 point, and they're gonna feel weight.
Got it. So how many of them? Can I do
Okay,
it?
if you want, you can do that to 5 people.
Okay, so I do want to.
Okay, you're gonna find the 5 who are worst of this bunch and heal them, basically.
Yeah. So which do I need to do? Any rolling? This is where it gets a little
No,
rougher. Okay.
this is all lay on hands. Is you're not trying to target something that's
Right.
avoiding you. You're literally putting your hand on them and saying "be healed," and they're
Right. You're like after battles or in kind of neutral.
You're forcing light juices into the.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, you cover them up on the inside with your light juice.
So I'm gonna go over and not say here, take some of my light juice, and I'm going to lay on hands on what 5 of them.
Okay.
Okay.
You have used up your lay on hands.
Yep.
The closer I get, the louder. If I start to notice that it is an actual event, I'm going to confidently be screaming, "We gotta go fight the volcano!"
You are
Okay.
screaming, "We gotta go fight the volcano."
Correct. Running back towards the direction of the smoke.
Well, about the time, Sim, that you hear very faintly in the distance, "We gotta go fight the volcano!" A guard wearing not the city guard but the other livery comes up, taps you on the shoulder, and says, "Sir, you are under arrest. Please come with me."
Mm-hmm. So
Oh shit,
yeah,
magic.
for magic. Mm-hmm. So what do I? What are my options? I can either go with them or fight pretty much the whole guard, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm gonna go with them. So I'm
All right, you. Since you're not putting up a fight, they're not even bothering like shackling you. You're a paladin, so they're like, this is just gonna be paper.
Yep. So I say gladly. You know, it's the least price I can pay to help those that you weren't willing to. Boom. Mic drop.
Ooh, throw some shade.
Mm-hmm.
He sees that you're not subtle about being a paladin of tier, so he takes a glance at you and he says, "Sir, there are laws."
Well, your laws didn't help the wounded.
So, as you are being led back into the city towards the courthouse, Bashal is running west, and as you're running west, you see that that paladin dude that went into the tower with you being escorted by a guard.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of like grab his shoulder and pull him along with me as I run by.
So
Oh
the
God!
guard, the guard turns and says, "Sir, that gentleman is under arrest and in my
We've gotta
custody.
go
He's
fight!
coming."
No, 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 we're going! And I just pull him away.
Sim, are you resisting the pull?
This is a great question. Damn. Out of character. Weirdly, why'd you have to put me in this position?
It's a great
Okay.
opportunity, though.
Oh, but
Come on, we gotta stop the volcano!
Well, there is there's something paladinesque about saving the moron too.
there really is. Okay, so in character,
Rev, you also hear faintly in the distance a vaguely familiar voice screaming, "We gotta go fight the volcano."
oh god, he's not passed out, is he?
No, my push talk stopped working for some reason. Sorry.
Oh.
Volcano's my home. You can't.
Are you going to go investigate the source of the fighting of the volcano?
Yeah, I'm going to stop them from fighting my.
So you're trundling off towards the west.
This is how you use true charisma as a strength character.
At this point, because the gate's closed and he knows it, the guard's just going to kind of roll his eyes and follow.
So my goal is going to be to lead everybody possible to the direction of the smoke. I have no idea what I'm running towards.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that there's smoke outside it, and I need to go stop the thing producing.
Well, and you see injured people.
Sadly, I don't really have anything I can do about that. And they're sacrifice of the cause and move forward.
You continue moving west, and you come upon the gates of the city closed.
Does it look like they're just completely done? Like guards have fully locked it down at this point?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just eyeballing the wall, even though that's not going to accomplish anything.
Not much of a wall. It's really more of a door frame with some places for people to stand on top of the lintel posts. Because remember, beyond the gates and the bridge, they don't really need a wall. They got.
So this is just like a small little like half wall, like 10 foot, 15, 20 foot or something?
Yeah, I mean, like the whole door assembly is like 15 feet tall.
It's just like a
so
blockade
the door
kind
frames.
of thing.
Basically, it's a door frame for the. And the gates and the door frame span the width of the bridge.
Gotcha. Well, I kind of stop in my tracks and kind of silently look back at the remainder of the people following me, confused as to what I should do now.
The guard sighs and says, "Now, if you're quite done, sir, I have business to attend to with this gentleman," and starts leading Sim backward.
Mm-hmm. What you gonna do?
Can I scale the wall? Like, does it look like there's ladders up the wall for like their posts and stuff?
In order to get up to the higher posts where the archers would sit, you have to go through one of the gatehouses, and there's guards in front.
How well armored do the guards look?
I mean, they're wearing breastplates.
And I imagine it's built in such a way that me coming up would be easily defendable.
I mean,
I want to try and scale the wall, not to harm them or anything, but to see what's over it and try and get a better view.
so you're
Even
gonna try
if
and climb the
even-
door frame.
Non-aggressively find a way to get a better view. Yeah. So if they like
if you
push me
want a better
away,
view,
I won't.
they'll push you away and say, "Sir, just go further to the north or south, and you can look to the west, but don't interfere with."
What's happening? What do we know?
"Sir, you're not a guard. Please step away from the gate."
So if I became a guard, you'd tell me.
"Yes, go apply at City Hall."
Okay. I've got a plan, guy. I turn back around and start heading, looking to see if I can find a way to help.
Hey, Rev, as you're heading west towards where that person used to be yelling and is no longer, you see that paladin dude being escorted by the guard.
I run up to him like, "Long ears, why are you trying to destroy my home?"
I'm kind of thinking to myself, how many has he had to drink?
The guard looks confused.
As do
There's
I.
clearly smoke. Something is harming the people. It's the volcano. It's got to be the volcano.
You see that other guy, and he's muttering something about the volcano harming people.
No, I'm going towards Rev saying that. He asked why am I trying to harm his volcano? We've got to find a way outside, or to see, or help. Look at the people, and I just kind of try and make the dwarf look with whatever dazed eyes he has.
I mean, most people are kind of calming down now that the gates are shut, and the screaming wounded have been taken care of, and the moaning wounded have been taken care of. So now there's just the minorly wounded who are just kind of shuffling around waiting to be told by the guards what to do after they give their statement.
So everybody from outside the gate successfully is now inside the gate. There's
Everyone,
no, like, people sealed off outside dying or anything, because that's kind of what I had envisioned.
No, not currently. There are not people like pounding on the gates, screaming.
Okay, well, I'll just return to a nonchalant form. I guess it wasn't. But we should
The guard is going to attempt to keep leading Sim towards the courthouse.
And Sim is going, the fuck's up with these guys, man?
Did Ulrich summon you again? Looking at Sim walking away. Or, I guess, walking away.
I'm being taken in for using magic in the city. I helped these citizens who were gravely wounded. And the guards are taking me in with charges of using magic because I was helping the common folk.
Come on, guys. Surely you've got better people to help than take him in and waste your time doing that.
There we go. I'm looking towards the guard, wondering how's this going to pan out.
Laws are laws. What'll probably end up happening is he'll be hit with a fine if it's his first offense, and if it's not his first offense, he will have to take a class at his local temple of Tyr, detailing the reasons behind.
Just notarize a little note, and we'll take it later and pay the fine.
No, have to take him in now. Orders are orders.
And so my character is thinking to himself, relating back to his ideals yet again. You know, honors his life, light is the way to justice. And I'm thinking to myself, when people follow orders blindly, they embrace a kind of tyranny. And I'm starting to get really frustrated with this knight's behavior, his unwillingness to look at the greater picture and to look at the fact that there's something dangerous happening and caring more about the laws than the people. And I scoff at him. But I do nothing yet.
We should probably go ask Ulrich and see if he knows anything about what's occurring. Mm-hmm. He's the most likely, right?
I haven't put my foot down yet. I'm still willing to go with the guards for now.
I mean, if you agree with me, I'm taking you off in that direction.
I'm sure if you tugged with enough force, I would just say YOLO. In, you know.
All right, let's go see Ulrich. Come on, Dwarf. We need to figure out why the volcano's coming after us.
The guard is pretty adamant that you're going to come to the courthouse. It's going to take 10 minutes, and then you can go off on whatever cockamamie scheme you want.
I'm willing to go in. Besides, he said I'm pulling the dwarf, and I was like, I'm no dwarf, I'm an elf. So I'm thinking he's talking about Rev's drunk ass. I'm sorry, out of character. I meant, yeah, no, Rev is still in character. I apologize. I'm not using his last name. But yeah, I'm still going with them. I mean, yeah. But if I don't agree with their decisions.
At this point, yeah, exactly. At this point, if they attempt to pursue us, I'm going to bow up like a peacock.
Oh my god.
Like,
let me see your peacock?
Like, I'm just going to be an intimidating presence, and if I need to say something, I will if it looks like they're still pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
But I am full force trying to intimidate them with the most ability that I have.
Well, if
just by presence alone. And muscle flexing and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work for you.
Mm-hmm. So I realize that he's making a really
bold move.
Bold move, yes. And and as much as I would want to go with him because of how ridiculous I find this soldier's behavior and their laws that clearly are only serving their own.
Oh my god.
I'm looking at.
We got served
a form. So is this? Am I assuming correctly if I look at this and it's what I just got the courthouse or what?
This is pretty close to an example of what you would be shown as like, hey, we need something like this filled out because liability, and they'll go on this whole tangential spiel about how in a neutral city laws have to be abided by because the western half and the eastern half don't want to start another war and blah 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 blah.
So am I at the courthouse at this point?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm at the courthouse and I see this and I ask, so what is the actual penalty here? And I'm looking at this and it says in this box, please list all spells, charms, blessings, demonic, blah, 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 blah. And it says here, sever event. So basically what happened used in the last 6 months. I'm not telling you about my past 6 month history.
No. They're saying that if you want to heal someone, you first need to have them fill one of these out so that you can put it on file as there being an official record of someone requesting healing magic.
Wait, so you can request healing magic to be used in the city?
Yes.
So I'm asking them, if I fill this out, can we bypass all of this? I was doing the city a service on this day.
Yes, if you can get everyone that you healed to fill out one of these forms, then they will drop the charge.
This is one. Okay. So I'm going to take
Or you can pay the 10 gold fine because it's your first offense.
Oh.
10 gold? Damn!
I mean, I think I've got barely that, maybe. Oof. I was coming into this city a little shallow in the pockets. I didn't... out of character. I did not roll good numbers on gold, just saying. Back in character. So I'm going to make the choice to go back to those individuals. I'm going to take this Dweedle form here, and I'm going to go on out back towards where I was taken from and try to see if I can get them to sign these, because I'm hoping that they'll be appreciative enough. Their injuries were pretty severe. And hopefully this will allow me to help any of the other citizens that I might come across on this day that are hurt. So I take the form, and I'm walking back in that direction. I'm paying attention to Bashal, and I'm aware that he's looking at going back to the tower, and my thoughts are, the guy in the tower is a little loose in the head. So I'm going to go on ahead and take these forms, try to get them signed, try to make it so I can get cleared to use magic. So I'm heading that direction, back towards the gate.
Okay. The guard is escorting you, and it's pretty easy to find the people that you healed, and they, of course, are like, oh, yeah, sorry, we forgot. Yeah, we should totally fill out forms, huh?
Cool.
And they fill out paperwork, and the guard takes the forms and says, you don't need to walk them back. He'll turn them in for you. Have a nice day. And the person I was about to check in on just disconnected. Yay!
Uh-oh.
So I'll skip over to Rev. What are you doing, drunk dwarf?
That's pretty much what he's doing. He's just completely mind blown at this point that there's a volcano that's not a volcano and that his home doesn't move.
We were just raveling about whether his volcano home can move or not.
Man.
Yeah.
Hey, Night Scream reconnected. What you doing?
There we go.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
It's all right.
So I'm reconnected. So my character is Zamina. Has she reached the Elven District yet?
You are in the Elven District doing things.
I'm doing things. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's a local inn or a bar that I know that I can go to ask questions. Try to find people that would be willing to migrate to my home.
I mean, it's the Elven District. There's a wine house.
Oh boy.
Okay, I guess I go to the wine house.
Okay, there's a bunch of elves drinking wine in the wine house.
I kind of peer too, and I try to find the owner of the establishment is, or the person in charge. And
she's easy enough to find.
I approach her and excuse me, I'm from a tribe down in the southwest. Fortunately, we haven't had as abundant of fortune as other tribes have, and our population has really reduced. I'm seeking able-bodied young men and women who might be willing to relocate with us to help us reestablish my tribe. Do you know anyone seeing a new opportunity or who would be willing to come and relocate and assist us?
She says you may have better luck at the Temple of Coral and Lotharian here in the Elven District. But even then, she urges caution because she doesn't foresee many elves willingly moving to the area where magic is illegal.
Oh, right. Magic being illegal. God. Yes, of course. Yes, magic is illegal. I forgot about that. Thank you for your assistance. Mhm. And I kind of give her the eye, and I like, yeah, wink, magic. And I walk out.
Okay.
Sorry. So I head over to the temple, and I'm looking around, just kind of admiring the district. It's a little more grand than I expected.
Oh
Not,
yeah, there's lots of actual like magic influenced elven architecture here. So a lot of the so-called buildings in this area are actually just trees that elves live inside.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the area. It's not quite what I'm, but it does feel a little bit more of home. Am I seeing or hearing anything as I'm like walking around the street and looking for this temple?
Here in the Elven District, they worry less about the affairs of the peoples of the western half. So you're not hearing a whole lot of commotion if that's what you're referring to.
All right, so guess I'm just heading on to the temple then to see if I can find some help.
Get to the temple, and again, priest is pretty easy to find, and you tell your story, and again, priest says that, oh, that sucks. He at least offers to ask around to some people and direct them in that general direction, but he cautions that not many elves will willingly move to a land where magic is illegal.
Ew. Right, magical. Right. I kind of look at him and I go, right, magical. Humans are so strong today. I wonder how long they're going to keep that in effect.
Hold on just a second. Funny you should mention that because he's actually heard rumors that the leader of the Santaran Empire is pushing to make their borders more officially include the Elven, Dwarven, and Gnomish nations.
Ooh, I hope he doesn't, because I don't see that going too well. My people like their freedom. That'd be a bad day in human history, I would have to say. Well, I wish him all the best, and I thank him for his consideration and definitely for definitely a thanks for his help. And I leave the temple and kind of go about my way. And I have a feeling this is not going to work out too well in this large city. The city elves tend to be a little bit more comfortable in their ways.
I mean, have you seen the city? It's a nice city.
That's just. I prefer to be outdoors. So as I'm heading back leaving the Elven District, heading back to my inn, kind of feeling a little down. Pretty sure I'm going to have to tell my elders it's not going to work out too well. And I'm just wandering around. I decided not to go back to the inn. I decided to go wander around see what I kind of get to know the environment a little bit.
I'm lingering to see if I can have any idea or overhear anything about what occurred outside or what could still be occurring, and if there's still smoke above, like rising outside the gate.
Yeah, the smoke is dissipating. It's like the thing that produced the smoke produced a lot of smoke really fast, and then continued to produce it for a little bit, but it has definitely stopped because the smoke is starting to like it's less dense now. It's getting spread out.
Sure. But can I tell anything from any of the guards talking, or just commentary from the people that did experience whatever was outside or that were out?
Well, which of these avenues are you pursuing? Are you trying to overhear guards, or are you trying to follow injured people?
I think I'd actually probably, if the injured people were more clustered, I would probably go with the injured people.
And the severely injured and moderately injured are pretty well all clustered at a temple for.
Sure, yeah, we'll go there because I imagine the guards aren't going to willingly talk about much loud.
You're able to pick up snippets of conversation that refer to large beasts with big sharp teeth, and that's a
Okay, but that's an idea. That's definitely more than nothing.
not a whole lot about an explosion though. Just large beasts with sharp teeth.
I guess in that sense, would I know of any creatures of that type? I don't know. What's the level of animals versus creatures in the wild in this world space?
I mean,
Is there something that
it's
could
a
be
D&D
wild
world, so
possible to do it? Yeah. Okay. So just
the number of things that are large creatures with large teeth
right.
would rip people apart is yeah, that doesn't narrow it down a whole.
Sure. But I don't know of anything particularly fire breathing or explosive or volcanic in this region.
Nope.
Since I'm from that western side.
Yeah, you can't think of anything that would do that.
Well, I'm just stumped and continue to walk around town and see if I can detect anything from anyone. I guess the next goal would be guards. See if guards if there's like a guard bar, that could be a thing.
They're. It's pretty easy to figure out where a lot of the guards like to. Hey, someone other than Sim noticed something first.
You saw that too, Zinema, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you can see the numbers?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
can
I'm
see
working-
for hers.
This was
Out of
supposed to
character.
be. This was supposed to be rolled in the dice tower where you can't see it.
Oh.
Nope. Everyone saw it because it's on other too.
Weird. All right. Well, I'll do it the manual way from now on. But yeah, so what you notice is that there's a strange thudding noise amongst the din of the.
Beneath the city.
Well, there's the noise of the city, so people talking and chatting and doing what people do, but there's just a kind of a background thud.
Okay, kind of. Is it any particularly? Is it like causing vibrations as well?
Subtle but noticeable if you're paying attention for it.
Okay, so as I'm seeing this, I'm looking around. I'm trying to like pinpoint exactly where this thudding is coming.
Oh yeah, I would be tweaking out.
It's hard to tell. You can't really discern a direction. It's just there's something thudding at a steady pace.
Okay, oh wow. I start heading in toward in one direction toward the north, trying to see if it gets stronger in this direction.
You head north until you can discern it getting a little bit weak.
Okay, so as I started getting weaker, I decided to go, you know what? It's not here. So I turn around and I head back the other direction.
Okay,
What's okay?
head back that direction, and eventually, as you keep going, you notice it getting a little stronger and then a little weaker.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna try to get up a little higher if I can. Is there stalls or
I mean, there's maybe you could find like a house or a shop that you could get up on the roof.
I see I'll try to do that. Try to get up on the roof. See if I can see over the crowd while my pinpointing, causing noise.
Did you see that?
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're able to scramble up on top of a building without too much trouble. You do notice that there's at least one guard who's looking at you but not really saying anything. It's not illegal to crawl up on houses. Just
Odd.
you notice the vibrations a little less from up here, and you can't see any discernible.
Huh. So it must be coming from underneath. Is there any way to try to figure that out? I'm kind of stumping me. I scramble back down, get back on the ground, and I'm still trying to. I'm feeling these vibrations. I'm trying to figure out where this might be coming, but I'm just. It's strong. It's weaker. So as I exit this area, it's weaker. As I travel forward, it's pinpointed in this area.
Yeah, you're able to pretty quickly narrow down like a little area where the sensation is kind of.
All right. I kind of try to flag down a guard, and do you feel these vibrations? Is this normal in this city?
If you spend a moment explaining what's going on, guard will put his hand on the ground and get kind of a puzzled look on his face and.
Sorry, you broke up there. Sorry.
The guard puts his hand on the ground, gets a puzzled look on his face, and runs.
And runs?
Yeah.
All right, I decide to follow the guard because I figure if he's running, he knows something that I don't.
Oh, I mean, he's jogging off towards his supervisor. He jogs about a block, finds another guard, starts talking about the vibrations, takes him back to that area, puts his hand on the ground.
Is something wrong? Is this not normal in the city?
No, that is not normal.
Should we be worried about this? Should we be evacuating this area? Rumblings of this sort never tend to be good.
We will investigate. If it continues much longer, we'll see about getting people out of the area when we investigate.
Oh, your town, your loss if it blows up, I guess. And it's like pretty much have done everything I can here at this point. I guess I just kind of leave it to the guards.
Okay. They continue to bring a couple more guards over, look over things, and then you see some of them staying in that general area and some of them moving off to the north to go do something.
Curiosity is getting the best, so I kind of follow the guards going to the north to see what's there.
Agreed. If there's anything like that on our side, I'd do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not difficult to see little clumps of guards moving with purpose. Hey, Rev, even though you're mildly inebriated, something's wrong with you.
Hmm. That's weird.
You can feel
Am-
some vibration.
Am I shaking?
Mm.
The ground shaking. I lay down on the ground.
Yeah, it's definitely something hammering upon the stone structure of this.
I better check on the boss.
Oh yeah,
I
dwarf
head to the
stone
dock.
stuff.
So you're gonna go check in with your boss.
Yeah, I head to the dock.
That's funny. That's where a bunch of the guards are heading.
Mm.
They're getting lowered down on one of the platforms.
Are they like close to me, or am I walking up on them, or like how far?
I mean, you're walking through the dock area towards your employer, and you see a little cluster of 5 guards moving with a purpose. Go over to one of the platforms, talk to a guard, get on the platform, start getting lowered.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to like walk by them or anything, right?
No.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I head up to my boss.
Okay, what do you want?
Is it my head banging, or is the ground banging?
You can tell he's been busy and or distracted because the moment you say something about the ground banging, he kind of cocks his head to the side and goes, "Huh, you're right. Something is hammering away."
Wait, can you say that again?
Something is hammering away.
No. What you said before that?
You're right?
Can I get that in writing?
No. Don't let it go to your head either.
Well, what go to my head?
Exactly. And he turns around and goes back to
Oh,
All right,
man.
so I'd shuffle off after the guard then, since he's not going to do it. And since he confirmed that, it's not just my alcoholism getting.
Okay, well, everyone who was following guards, which was apparently everyone else, you see the dwarf wandering about where the guards just went.
So, dwarf, did you happen to see
Oh,
the
Longyear.
guards? Hello. So, did you happen to see what happened to the guards?
What
I
do
was
you mean, what
following
happened?
I was following a nice size contingent of guards in this area, and they seem to have gone missing.
Beast ate some people on the west end.
They're not
Are you
missing.
kidding me?
No.
How did the beast get inside the gate?
I don't think it got through. I think it
Ooh,
just
are
ate
the
the
beasts
people
good?
outside.
Mm.
Huh.
Roast
I wonder
beast?
if it was
At least good.
was it one of the wizard's pets? Did that escape?
I wonder if he made a molten pet. I'll stop. I
I
promise.
could go for the dog right now. I could go for
So-
the dog right now. Sounds good.
Hey, Rev. While you're having this
Yeah,
conversation, you notice the hammering abruptly.
Ah.
And
Huh.
about 4 seconds later, you hear screams from underneath.
That's probably not good.
I'm assuming he's hearing them. I'm hearing them as well.
Mm.
The screams everyone hears. Oh, yeah. Everyone
Alright,
in the docks area, at least.
Oh, that
There's
doesn't sound good.
underground part of the city?
I was hearing some banging and some vibrations in the center of the town area. I brought it to the guards' attention, but they seem too concerned about it.
Hmm. Ooh, I wonder if the guards have something to eat.
I'm sure they do. Why don't you go?
Okay, and I start like going off in the direction of a guardhouse and stuff.
So
Okay.
easily occupied.
Well, with there being screaming and so forth, the guards are all in motion at this.
I tried to stop one to ask him if he's got any.
All the guards in the city, or just on that
Well,
side?
all the
So-
guards in the dock area.
Got it. Just making sure.
I just want to kind of stand still and listen and see if I can discern any specific noises, like destruction noises that I can discern the type of, if that makes sense. Like, okay, that's wood burning or stone fall.
Sounds of screaming, sounds of fighting. That's about what.
So we do hear a
Do I
struggle.
hear fighting?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, I get super perked up. I'm like, if there's one thing that I like more than food, it's a good fight.
Yes.
And I'm
This
a little
doesn't
bit.
sound like a good fight. This sounds pretty one-sided.
That sounds like a slaughter.
Yeah, actually, about this point, you notice that that platform that the guards went down on, there are now, the not just the normal porters manning the chains, but extra guards manning the chains and bringing the platform up as fast as possible. And when the platform gets to the top, instead of 5 guards standing there, there's 1 3/4 guards lying there.
Oh, wait.
Dear God, is any one of them left alive?
Yeah,
Lost him.
one of them looks like he's mostly intact, and he has dragged the other one who is missing a leg, like full from the hip socket down, gone, missing a leg. Looks like he dragged him onto the platform and got them hauled out. There's no more sounds of screaming or fighting, though.
What did you? I addressed the guard. What did you see down there? What caused this?
You can't get close enough to them. They are surrounded by other guards right now. What you can overhear is Monster ripped his fucking leg off.
And then
So much for the safety of the city.
I wish, out of character, I wish
So-
my character was close enough to actually respond to all this. Out of character, yeah.
I thought you were following the guards too.
I mean, but they weren't on that side of the city, right? Where I was at, on the western side, right? You guys are on the other side, aren't you?
They were towards the middle of the city.
I was checking to see if I could hear from where I was at. So I'm gonna move that direction as well. Then I seem to like hear commotion.
Oh yeah, you definitely would have heard commotion. You get there about the time a legless dude gets hauled up.
All right, so I'm walking up then after I've made my way over, and I'm kind of like, I've been clearly staring into oblivion for the past, ever so many minutes, and finally caught my attention. I made my way over, and as I get here, I see this guy with his leg ripped off, being towed away, and I'm going, what has happened here?
Well, you see 3 familiar faces at least.
So, Rev, Zinema, Bashal, what has happened?
I was following the guards. I heard there's some commotion underneath the city, what I can gather. And the next thing I know, there were screams and yelling and this. Last I heard, there was a monster down there. They couldn't describe it very well, but a monster ripped poor man's leg off.
Yeah, I heard about the same story on the west side, checking in on the wound.
Mm-hmm. And Rev looks.
I'm looking for food.
Okay, you don't look like you're completely all together there.
I do believe the dwarf needs to sober up at some point.
Well, the tall
He's not
thing
that
said
drunk.
something about a dog.
He's like average workday level dwarf drunk.
Yeah.
Are these guards still planning to keep
Alright,
the gates shut?
Out of character, my character's not all together there anyway, so drinking just adds to it. Like, he's drank way too much in his life at his young dwarven age, and it's like completely affected his.
So what do you three want to do? I know that Rev here is looking for his food, but Zinema, Bashal, good looking out. Just curious. I mean, we're here together. Clearly, that character
if
in the
it
tower.
looks like there's a path that I can get to whatever occurred, if the guards will let me through, or if I see a break where I could get through, I most definitely would take that opportunity. But they
So-
seem pretty well fortified so far.
So
Yeah,
we
at
can
this
offer
point-
our we can
at this
offer
point-
our assistance, but I don't think they'll take it.
how about a distraction? What if I talk to these guards about these papers that I had them fill out and get their thoughts on the matter? Would that provide Bashal an opportunity to slip through to inspect what's going on and investigate?
At this point, they've all the platforms have been raised and are locked, so it looks like nothing's going up or down right.
Got it. Yeah, my character's definitely contemplating what would be the best choice here because, I mean, clearly something's made its way either into the city or was already in the city before they put the gates up to begin with. I just got done healing 5 people, had to go through a whole lot of paperwork in order to deal with that situation, and I still feel like this is the same, problem that we already had, except now we're realizing that this has potentially been going on even before the gates went up. So my thoughts are, I don't know these people, but they're the only people I am remotely familiar with. And so Bashal,
What side
Zinema,
of the town are we on?
west, right? Or wait,
The docks are near the middle.
oh, middle?
So, like, what jurisdiction on magic allowance does it fall under?
That's
Well,
all.
the whole
Neutral.
city's one jurisdiction.
Yeah,
It's-
Oh,
neutral.
okay. So the whole city is non-magic allowed except for the tower,
Yeah.
dude. All right.
except for the
gotcha.
tower dude and special exceptions for healing and so.
All right, I got my
Sure,
papers, so I'm thinking, can we go down can we maybe navigate out of the river to go inspect? Is there a way out of the city through, like, the waterways or anything?
Yeah, but the lifts that take you down to the boats are locked right now.
Raised in place.
So
Is there a way to
need to
climb
find a
down?
way to unlock one of them.
Yeah.
There are like some ladders down in the guardhouses. Rev would know that because he has been under there and seen.
Rev, did you see any way for us
I
to
don't
maybe
remember.
get out of here underneath there? Is there anything we can do without the guards' assistance?
I want to say I saw a ladder, maybe. I can't remember exactly where though.
So,
Do you think you could retrace that?
Give me a sec. Let me ask the boss. Hey, boss. Weren't there ladders down below?
Yeah, but those are just for the guards and the city inspectors for tariffs.
I'm telling you, let's just become guards.
While that might work in the short term, in the long term, I don't think that will quite what they're looking for.
well,
Well, if they're for guards, then they're probably near a shed house.
Well, and the guards are pretty decently distracted right now. So the guardhouses might be pretty empty right now.
I would like to suggest that we go and inspect one of the guardhouses. Any place that looks there appears empty at this time.
I second that motion.
Sim, you're able to see that one of the guardhouses is kind of off on the corner, out of the line of sight from where most of the guards seem to be.
I'd like to recommend we go to this guard shack up ahead. It doesn't seem like the guards are all as aware of this one. Let's go. So I start to walk that way.
Just
I follow along. I think that's a good idea.
we
Agreed.
might want to unbind our weapons if we're going somewhere that just fucked up those guards.
Oh, that is a very good point, Rev.
I would like to get a little closer. Because I'm afraid if
Before
we draw our weapons here, we might cause a little bit of attention, and the guards might be
Attract that
suspicious.
attention you're trying to avoid.
Right.
Yeah. Let's wait until we
Can
get a little bit closer to the guardhouse.
I would like to say let's maybe do that once we get to where the guards that we can see are out of our sight.
Maybe even inside where the ladders are?
Hey,
Out of character, how big is the guardhouse?
right.
I mean, it's not big. It's basically a glorified shack with a trapdoor in the floor.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of those concrete towers that they use during deployments that you use to provide Overwatch.
Yeah, pretty much though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's maybe 8 foot by 8 foot.
Okay. All right. Do we want to call it here since you have to leave in 7 minutes before we get into any type of combat or anything?
Somebody's got to go in 7 minutes.
Didn't you have to?
Didn't you have to?
I'm 2 hours behind you folks in the central time zone.
Okay, cool.
Oh no, I forgot that I'm Eastern time now. I was looking at my clock, and so yeah. Okay.
Forward.
Well,
Okay.
You sure you're not drunk, Rev?
No, but I am tired. Like, I got about 2 hours of sleep last night, so.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, honey.
Okay.
Yeah. Asshole playing drums next door.
You know, nuisance noise is nuisance noise regardless of time. You can call the police.
Yeah, I don't know.
So do we want to go ahead and at least venture into this, venture forward to this guard shack, get to a point where we find out what the heck's going on?
Wait, we still have, what, 2 hours?
I mean, we've got another, I've got at least another couple hours if need be. Hour and a half or so at least.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Let's go ahead and push on.
Yeah. All right, so let's make our way forward. So as I'm walking forward towards the guard shack that we were moving towards, I start to recognize it now. I feel like, at least from my perspective, it doesn't seem like they can really see us as much coming up on the guardhouse, and I'm thinking about what the little short one said, and I'm thinking it's probably a good time to pull our weapons out.
Okay, I second that, and I'll start to untie my weapon here.
Got to do that on our note sheet here, don't we, though? Or no?
Just
Doesn't matter.
now your weapons are no longer peace bonded. Yay!
All right, cool. Well, I noticed that they were like on the software. It's like they're bagged or equipped or whatever. I didn't know if that would matter through the platform. So, okay, cool. So yeah, I've unbound their my weapons, and they're at the ready. And,
I mean, not two at the ready. You got to climb down a ladder first.
yeah, you know what I mean. So yeah, I've gotten up to the ladder now, and I'm kind of looking around, and I'm checking with these other three, and I'm wondering if they've seen or heard anything we should be alarmed about before we kind of head down the ladder.
The only thing I've been hearing is a lot of screams and a man with a missing leg, so that does concern. Yes.
And you're still hearing those screams?
Nope.
No,
Oh,
I meant
good.
that's what I heard.
Previously. Okay, so I'm going to go on ahead and move down the ladder. And I'm down the ladder unless anything is happening.
Yeah, you can
Cool.
you can get down the ladder pretty easily. You're
Right.
on a little platform.
Right on. Great.
Sort of like
Sort of like what?
So you
sort
cut
of
out.
like a dock.
Oh, like a dock. Okay. So I'm kind of looking around my environment on the dock, and I'm kind of waiting for them. So I'm waiting for them all to come down. I'm just kind of looking around to see if there's anything I'm able to be perceptive of that might stand out as being a concern or a danger.
Well, you can see on one of the adjacent docks, there's. You're pretty sure that used to be a guard at one point, but it looks like someone has taken a man in a plate vest, a breastplate, and smushed him out of it like a tube of toothpaste.
Okay. So
All right, I'm coming down the ladder,
Mhm.
and obviously I see this as well, and I'm like, oh, that's
Yeah.
not good. Do
Yeah,
you know?
there's-
Do you know of anything? Do something like that?
I've never seen this in all my many years.
Nope, not so far.
Yeah. I get down the ladder, and as soon as I see it, I throw my weapon.
Yeah, at this point I've pulled my weapon out as well. My weapon and shield. I think mace and shield, right?
As you look around, you can see, two other corpses of guards in various states of beat to ever living shit with something bludgeoning and.
So I'm beginning to walk upon them to investigate the bodies. I'm looking to see if there's anything that stands out that might give any clue as to what it was that might have caused this. And as I'm doing that, I'm also looking in my environment and seeing if I could see any trace, maybe prints or anything of that nature, anything that might indicate where something has been, if it's left, if there's a trail of any kind.
I'm also, as well as looking around, trying to see if there might be prints left in the muck.
Very alert, aware of my surroundings as much as I can be. Out of character, the shitteth hitteth the fanneth.
Wow, you all rolled very well. So you all notice a couple things. One, looks like a bloody boot print made by someone with a size 25 shoe.
Excuse me?
And one of the pillars holding up the city adjacent to this chunk of docks looks like someone's been going to town on it with a pickaxe for a while. Like there are chunks of stone missing. On further investigation, Rev, being a dwarf apparently, was an advantage here. You see little bits of. If you had to guess, you'd say that whatever did the damage to this upright stone pillar was a really big fist, because there are little chunks of scraped flesh embedded in the rock.
That's pretty impressive.
I'm kind of looking at him like he's crazy and are utterly insane. You find that impressive?
I just look at him a
Yeah,
bit.
can you do this with your bare fist?
I'm scoffing.
I don't want to encounter what can do that with bare fist.
No, you do not.
And so I'm also kind of just looking at Rev, rolling my eyes, because he seems like he's probably the worst companion you could have. I'm not sure if at this point in time he'd be able to hold his weapon up straight and make a clear swing, or if he'd kind of fall over and pass out right on the spot. I'm having a really hard time figuring out if he's really wasted or the man just needs a meal. I'm really not sure. But I'm a little concerned that this guy might have my 6 or whatever, so I'm kind of really trying to be more aware of my surroundings. And I say to Zinema, What's the deal with this dwarf?
I have no idea, but he does concern me a little bit.
I mean, dwarves,
don't-
right?
Pretty much, but
Right.
I'm pretty sure he's a little less intelligent than the average dwarf.
And I said, oh, the jokes you have, Zenima.
Still makes me more intelligent than both of you.
Quiet, dwarf. Go back to your mountain hole.
Tree, do they happen to notice what I'm messaging?
What?
I said, did they happen to notice what I messaged?
I have no idea. I
No.
saw it.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, whispered it to you.
Well, then of course we wouldn't see it.
I know, but I'm talking about in character if they notice it.
Good question.
Hmm.
Actually, Vishal noticed, but the elves did not.
Hmm.
So go ahead and whisper that over to him. What Sim does notice is some movement on the western bank.
And so I'm kind of looking over and I'm catching their attention to say, do you see what I see? That
I look
direction.
over in the direction he's pointing. What do I see?
Well, it's kind of far away and it's late afternoon, but you could have sworn you just saw a really tall dude walk up out of the river and walk off.
Was what? Did I just see a man, a very large man, walk across the river there? Is that what you saw?
Like from under the water, like imagine someone walking along the bottom and you just see like their head first and then bloop, they come up shoulders out of the water and
Did it look alive in the sense of like
Not undead.
humanoid? It's humanoid, right? But
best you can tell it looks like a large humanoid that just was underwater and then wasn't, just walking out.
And so I'm kind of
Bear in
wondering,
mind this is a fast moving river.
right? I'm kind of wondering if this might have been the thing that I had seen back on the west side earlier.
The things you saw on the west side earlier were small.
Oh, gotcha.
This is a separate, distinct thing.
Very much larger.
Is that a giant? I hate giants.
I bet you would.
I mean, we may be dealing with multiple instances of different things,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Definitely. So he just walked across and then up into the forest.
Well, I mean, it's plains and stuff over there,
Plains
but
over there.
out of sight from where you are.
Now, here's the question, gentlemen. Do you want to follow that or go report what we
Well,
just...
you got a way across the river?
Yeah, that's what I was concerned
It's
about.
long. It's a very, very wide river. Like what, 2
And a
miles?
very fast river.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So what are our options here, gentlemen?
I feel like we should report this to the guards. We might be able to get them to. I think that we should go and tell the guards and find out if they're willing to actually step up their game a bit here, because so far they haven't really done a whole lot except keep the city secure. They don't seem like
And
they're
die.
really and die. So I think maybe it'd be a good idea to tell them what we investigated, tell them what we went and saw down there. Maybe see if they're coming, willing to come investigate the area. Maybe if we can bring them back quick enough, they might be able to somehow catch a glimpse of what we just saw.
I do agree with that, and I'll also up it if they refuse to move on this. Maybe we should possibly bring it to one of their superiors,
Yeah.
because this seems a little bit more than what the average guard deal
Right.
with.
Maybe we should try and find the captain of the guard.
Yes, I
How
would.
wide is the river right here?
Oh, it's pretty.
Few miles.
Oh God, it's the few
Okay,
miles.
I wasn't sure if it was still as wide as the other river.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, so I'm kind of leading them, kind of looking towards them, and kind of nodding as in let's go. I'm still got my weapons out though. I'm moving back towards the direction we came, kind of keeping my eyes on my surroundings, kind of watching them, kind of going back up to the ladder, going up, and
Did any of y'all notice a catapult? Did any
No.
of y'all notice a catapult?
mm-mm,
No, I can't say I did.
No.
nothing. So I've
No, that's not a good way to get a dwarf across a river. Trebuchets are clearly the superior siege weapon.
Oh, right. So I've gotten up the top of the ladder, and I'm kind of looking back to make sure that the other three are still following in suit and are safe.
Yeah, everything goes pretty smoothly. You see that there are definitely guards discussing the situation, but they are not looking in your.
So I'm kind of wondering, Zinema, Rev, Vishal, do you all feel like we should shout for them, or should we just go over to them and direct them this way?
But do
I
you
think
want
we
to go over with weapons
I imagine
drawn?
what we found will probably be gone by
Well,
now.
Obviously, I put the weapons away before I shout at them, but I'm asking what they think first. Like,
Yeah, we're. I'm bolting my weapon back up.
yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the peace binding.
What'd you? I couldn't hear him very well.
Yeah.
Peace bonding.
Oh, peace bonding. Yeah. Yeah. So we can go ahead and put our weapons back away. I mean, as long as there's nothing dangerous in the environment, no one sees anything, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
put them away. Should we shout at them or go over to them? I mean, I'm not sure if it's better for us to stay here. What do you think, Zinema?
I don't think we should cause too much of a commotion. I think
Mhm.
the citizens might
Be
already be
alarmed.
on high alert, and the last thing we want to arrested for disturbance.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just walk that direction then, over to the
Well,
guards.
We've seen 2 legs be ripped off and 1 man turned into meat paste. So I'd rather not see more people like that.
Meat paste.
Exactly.
Well said, sir. So I'm moving that way.
As soon as one of the guards notices you, they, a few of them cease conversation, walk over, and we're cordoning off this area. Please go back to your homes or in rooms. We will take care of the situation. Nothing to see here. Move along, kind of thing.
So it seems like we got away with finding out some information. They don't want the public to know it.
Yeah. Did we tell them what we saw, or did they just immediately start telling us to go away?
Well, it's pretty clear
They know.
that they've spent the last few minutes that you were down there clearing everybody out of the docks that isn't.
So they know what's happened. We slipped past them essentially, and
Yeah.
got it. So now that we know this, I'm thinking, I'm kind of wondering, what do you all think? Should we go back to the tower and talk to Old Crazy and see if he has any idea about what these creatures could be or what's going on in the city?
I imagine if stories are to be true, then this is probably part of said prophecy.
Right.
Right? I mean,
Yeah, I would assume so, but do you think the wizard would actually be any help this time?
I'm not
No.
entirely sure that he's all. I'm not sure how much of his act is an act and how much of it's genuine.
but he
Is there
did have a
gate in
library.
between the tower and us.
But he had books.
Burks.
Books.
I mean, okay, that sounded a little. That was probably the. Okay, never mind. Let's head back, shall we?
Let us show.
All right. So, is there anything we need to be aware about as we're walking back? Anything we notice?
So you are complying with the guards and moving away.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
All right. So at this point, what you notice is the guards are definitely cordoning off the dock area, but it appears that they are concentrating their presence very much here, and it does not appear. It appears that they've been pulling guards away from the west.
Uh-oh. Enough guards for us to possibly get up top, take a little look-see?
Are you continuing west towards the gate?
I'm wondering if my companions wish to go further, if we want to split off. What do you all think? Rev, Zenema, Bashal, should we all continue together? Should we split up? Maybe some of us go to the tower and some of us go to the western gate to inspect what's happening? Or what do you all think?
How tall are the walls?
So Rev wants to go to the wall with me?
And
Oh,
I'll
no,
head
I'm just
to
asking how tall they are.
taller than you.
Clearly.
Again, there's not really much of a wall. It's just doorposts for a big.
So it wouldn't be hard for the warlock guy to throw me over it.
The area where he could throw you over the edge of the city, you would land in water, not on.
Yeah, there was something,
Um,
yeah.
Yeah, that's
If you wish to split up, we can split up. I'll head tower if you wish to go to the wall.
You know, I actually kind of want to go to the tower. I've changed
How
my
about the
mind.
long years go to the tower, and me and the young buck over here will go to the.
Okay, well,
Down.
yeah.
We can do that.
All
Sounds
right.
like a plan.
So I'm all right
We
then.
hold on. We got stopped by a wall earlier. We're going to a wall, right?
No,
To the western gate.
a wall. It's the gate.
Gotcha.
Only one talking.
Hopefully
Yeah.
we don't get stopped in our tracks this time.
Listen, you can't take everything the dwarf says too seriously. He's had a lot to drink. All right
I
then.
think you might have been chiseling
But
rocks too long too.
Chiseling
Yes.
rock.
Let's split up.
All right.
Spend cover faster ground. Don't go to jail.
Safety
Don't
to
go
you
jail. That's
both.
the mantra.
We'll see you soon. We're gonna go to the tower or to the mage tower now.
We're gonna go talk to Mr. Crazy.
Yeah. Come on, Zenema, let's go. So we're
The way,
walking that way.
Simorg.
All right. Well, the two of you that head west, you see that the gate is still fairly well guarded, but it is open again. There's just an increased watch on it at this point. So if you want, you can just walk right out of the city. They aren't going to stop you. Those of you going to Ulrich's, as long as you do the song and dance of pulling numbers, by the way, the first number you pull is 1 again, you can get back in.
Okay, so we've made it to the gate, Zenema, and I'm walking up and I pull a number again, and of course I get a 1, and I look to you, and of course I give you that roll of the eyes, and I go
And
to
I go
the
pull my number.
go to the door, go through the same old deal.
Automatically opens for you.
Yep.
Shuts behind.
I walk in, and it's Zenema. What are you doing?
Oh, you walked in. I walk in. We're looking
We're
around. It's
both
like
in.
We're
we
both
already
in
know
now.
the deal. So I'm
Right.
heading up the stairs to try to
Same.
find the wizard.
And I am as well. So I'm up now. I've realized I've gotten up to the second floor, and I kind of look back at Zenema. And do we see the wizard or?
If you go into the sitting room, he's in the sitting room. He's still apparently admiring a large chunk of.
Oh my god. Okay. So I'm gonna go over to him and tap him on his dusty shoulder, kind of give him a little thump, and ask him if he has any idea what's going on outside with the people being injured in the city and the creatures and whatever's happening.
Injuries in the city? No, I've been here beginning my studies of this amazing.
And does the prophecy tell of anything like this happening?
I don't know. The prophecy is going to be spoken on the 10th.
You said on the 10th?
That's what Alyssa told me.
We saw like another
And
9 days.
So are we literally just going to be having to wait around this town for 9 days for this prophecy to be spoken?
Not a prophet myself. I don't know. You could always go ask.
I guess we could go ask the prophetess.
Where could we find
where,
her? Or
Where
him
would
or
we
her?
be able to find her?
Hold on.
So we're
Did I get disconnected or
Uh-uh.
I don't think so.
there's silence?
I mean, we're all mourning the loss of those peasants.
Oh, yeah.
Vishal and I are at the wall, right?
Oh, buddy, what's we got here?
Known world.
Different map than I have open right now. What?
Doesn't really look that different, except for there's no names.
No names, yeah.
Can you see my scribble?
Not,
Nope.
Yep, in the trees. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
That's where Alyssa lives.
Jesus.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Can y'all hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Well, it sounds like Zenema. We know the only way we're. So I've got a question for you, Ulrich. You're telling me you're worthless to us until the 10th?
I wouldn't say worthless.
What use do you have to us, then, wizard?
And can you offer us any insight about what's going on?
Couple flying birds.
Well, if you could tell me more than just people got injured, maybe.
Well, I
There you
did happen to see when I was crossing the river a huge, I believe it was a giant man-shaped object, literally walking on the bottom of the river, all the way up the river and across the bank on the other side and walking into the plain. And it came from underneath the city.
Underneath the city, you say?
There was like vibrations and banging coming underneath the city, and I followed the guards. When I alerted it to them, they took off. Then they went down into the underground, and then when they came back up, not all of them were whole.
Ooh.
That's distressing. I mean, there are a few things that could fit that description and tear men limb from limb. None of them are something you would want to meet in a dark.
No, I would say not. I wouldn't want to meet this one in a lit alley.
But that's the only thing that's been going on. Large humanoid thing making vibrations and ripping people limb.
Well, do you see anything different, Samorg?
I don't. I mean, I'm looking. I don't know unless I am able to perceive anything different. I was not, when you were there. I mean, I was not present for the original scene, right? So.
Yes. Where were you, by the way?
You were underneath, saw the paste man and the chunks of stone.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, no, nothing I could think of.
Ulrich says that he could bring the matter to the attention of the captain of the city guard. However, it sounds like he's already aware that people have been injured, and he and Ulrich aren't exactly on the best of terms.
Of course, they're not.
So,
Zenema, I feel like this guy needs to step up his game here. I'm thinking, Ulrich, I really think that even though you're not on the best of terms, we've tried talking to the city guards, Ulrich. We've tried talking to them. They've just shoot us along. They haven't allowed us to do much. If anything, they've been resistant to us being helpful, at least from where I'm standing. Laid on hands, just saying. So, little assistance would be kind of nice here.
Yes. I can definitely confirm we have spoken to the city guards about the matter, and they don't seem too keen on us assisting them in any way.
Ever since the new captain got promoted, the city guards have become a much more tight-lipped organization.
Hmm.
And the new captain of the city guards is from deep in the Centauran Empire, so he is very, very, very anti-magic.
Oh dear. So I'm sure that makes him very popular in this town.
50-50.
Well, we go and attempt to try to talk to the captain, or should we go seek out this prophetess?
It's a very long travel. It would take us, I don't know how long to get there. And the situation in the city right now, Zenima, seems very pressing. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't try and talk to the guard. At least talk to someone with more authority in the city who might be willing to hear out some of what we've experienced.
Well, he might be more open to our assistance if necessary as well. All right, if you wish to go talk to the guards.
And
Captain, let's
if that
go
doesn't
talk to
work,
the captain.
yeah, and if that doesn't work, we could talk to maybe Reverend Bishal and see if they're willing to go with us and try to find a way out the city, possibly up to the woods to find her, the priestess.
If we do remind me to go back to the inn so I can get a refund. I'm paid up for the end of the week.
Will do, Zenima. Okay, so we're gonna make our way towards the city guard. Did he tell us where the guard was at? The city guard captain was at?
He can tell you where the captain of the guard's office is. It's in a building downtown, but as far as where he is now,
Albert, can you tell us the best way to find the city guard captain?
well, hold on a second. Actually, logic would dictate that if
Oh God.
few of his men have recently died a violent death, he's probably wherever that happened.
Okay, so
Oh.
back to towards where the dock's at.
Back to the scene.
All right, so Zenima and I are heading back that way. I assume she's still on her way with me.
Yes, I am. Right
And-
behind you.
So we're heading that direction now.
All right, the two of you who went to the gate and now see that the gate is open, what are you doing?
So what was our goal again? I'm asking the dwarf.
Why does this remind me of Laurel and Hardy?
About looking for stuff.
All right, so the gate's open. I'd at least lead us through the gate and see if we can tell anything on the horizon.
I mean, it's getting towards sunset now. You can see where the source of the smoke kind of used to be. You could go travel, I guess it would be travel upriver to see if you can see where that thing came out. And
Well.
you've got survival, so
Yeah, I think we could follow it, but I don't know if we can take this by ourselves if we do find it. And there's not really. I look for traces of blood or spatterings or even claw marks or anything like that. You mentioned survival, so yeah, that's a good idea. I look for anything that may have looked non-normal humanoid.
all right, are you sticking like right by the bridge, or are you going
I'm gonna
anywhere
stay in a
particular?
pretty safe areas right this moment, like along whatever pathways there are, maybe on the edges of boundaries of getting off the main paths, but not too far, especially if it's getting dark.
Well, you see some strange tracks that have a little bit of blood in them. They look like they were left by something with a. You don't recognize the tracks.
Sure, but definitely not human, dwarf, elf, etc.
Not human, dwarf, elf, and not, normal wolf, cat, coyote, anything like that. It's definitely three
Indistinguishable
long,
back
sharp
to me.
claws. Yeah. And as for the other thing, You also see some rather obvious size 25 boot print.
Oh, buddy, the boot prints.
Is this familiar to you or your people? I mean,
It's a giant.
you could probably
I mean,
live in that, right?
You saw a bloody boot print about that size near where that guy got crushed like a tin.
Right. Did it look like it was going in or out of the water at the prior location? And same question for this one.
There is a distinct track going to the river and a separate distinct track coming out.
Gotcha.
Whatever it wasn't trying to hide the proof of its past.
Right. Well, do you want to proceed further? I mean, we're pretty strong guys, right?
You basically just offered the dwarf a fight.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna take that as a yeah.
With a very good chance of it being, a giant. So, yeah. Amazing.
Well, I mean, but a water walking giant, I don't know how I feel about that.
So even the dwarf isn't that drunk.
Well, I guess let's head back then and see if there's any other alternative. We know it's got to be in the sewers. The question is it the only thing or not? Maybe we can see if we can get back to the vibration sites. Or not sewers, underneath the guard shacks, waterways, whatever we were in. Or was it just a dock? Like, what did we go into underneath the guard shack?
Basically, the docks are underneath the city, and there's a series of lifts to lift things up out of the water, like goods and stuff.
So canals more type of... Yeah?
Well, they're not lifting boats out of the water. It's you unload your boat at docks onto an elevator platform, basically, and then dudes working pulleys lift those platforms full of goods up to the...
Gotcha. Well, either way, it's either two different things or has two different forms, or maybe who knows. I think we should go investigate the trimmer sites, see if there's anything we can tell from those.
I want to track the giant.
I mean, if you let's go then. Shit.
Why do I have a
Okay.
feeling these to get us killed?
I mean,
We may be the thing floating down the river.
between you and out of character between you and I'm a little concerned about these two.
Yeah.
Like, Vishal's very hasty, and Rev is like, kind of a dwarven space cadet. So
So, you are following the track.
We're following
Yes.
the lead of the river. Let's go.
Okay. What are the other two of you doing? Since you were heading back to the docks.
right, I'd like to think that by this point in time that Zenima and I have made it to the docks and we're ready, unless we've come across anything on the way here that we aren't aware of.
You're not able to easily get past the perimeter of the docks because the docks have basically been cordoned off by...
So I am asking the guards that I first see that are in charge of kind of guarding this perimeter. I'm saying, "You good sir, I would like to talk to the guard captain immediately. We have very important information. We come with news."
The guard captain is very busy at present investigating the scene of a crime. What news do you...
That is privileged, and I cannot tell you. It can only be told to the guard captain.
Needless to say, it is quite pertinent to the investigation. And I'm pretty sure he would not be happy if he was not informed.
The guard shrugs and says, "Well, it's not important. It's your funeral." And he taps his buddy and motions for him to go get the guard captain. A few moments later, the guard captain walks back over and says, I'm told you have important information.
Yes, sir. While we were here, we had witnessed I believe it was a giant crossing the river that might have been the perpetrator of this awful, heinous attack on your men.
It's all right. And you saw which direction this thing...
I described which direction we had viewing, and it had wandered off into the plains area.
And I just reinforce and reaffirm everything she said.
Sim, you notice when she describes where the thing headed, the guard captain's face seemed to pale a little bit, and he says, "Well, we'll send some men off to track the creature. Thank you for the information." And he turns and walks away.
So at this point, I'm looking towards her, and I'm wondering, what is the deal? Like, what is? It almost feels like they're holding information from a Zenema. I don't know what we should do. I'm thinking maybe we should go back and find the other two.
I'm thinking we should find the other two.
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me that whatever decision they've made, it doesn't bode well.
I feel like you're right about this. So I think we're gonna head back to the other two. We're gonna head toward the gate. Mm-hmm. And this should be interesting. Let's hope Zenema that they have better information to share than we do.
So after talking to the guard captain, you're heading over to...
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Something about his face.
Yeah.
You said he went pale?
Mm-hmm. Well, he was ready to
Do
book
you think
it.
he might be hiding something?
Mm-hmm. That's what I think. I think that motherfucker's hiding shit. Out of character.
All right. Well, you walk over to the western gate. You see that it is open, and your friend...
Oh dear. You don't think that they went after that creature, do you?
I'm really, really hoping that they are smarter than that.
All right, so I'm looking around trying to see if I can make out any direction they might have wandered off into.
I mean, there's an entire bridge and the entire western half of the continent.
Oh dear. Shall
There's
we
lots of
follow?
guards around the gate.
Sorry, you cut out there for me. What was that?
There's lots of guards around the gate. Maybe one of them saw some people matching a description.
So I call out to one of the guards.
There you go.
Excuse me. Did you happen to see an extremely large human and a very ignorant dwarf? Ah, okay. I think that means it's time for a break.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break, everybody. We're gonna take about 3 to 5. Stretch your legs, get some water, bio breaks, etc. We'll be back here in about 5.
Cool, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, a little meta information for y'all. My character wasn't originally going to be this, airbrain. He was going to be more of a serious style, but since Sam was playing a serious character, I'm like, it'd be really boring to have two serious players.
I like it.
Right.
It's good. It brings a lot of character to the story, I think.
Yeah, normally I am a pretty, most of my characters are all, introspective and stuff. And I was like, sure, why not? I'm going melee. Let's do something.
Make him that, you're like, they're like, let's go, charging everything. And he's like, hold on, let me get tanked up first. That's fantastic.
It's great. I'm basically a warlock imitating a barbarian.
Right.
and I am a barbarian, so yeah.
Oh man. All right. I'll BRB in just a few.
Yeah, actual break.
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
I too have returned.
I'm back.
I am as well, but I might disappear again because I actually have gotten very and I need myself something to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
Something.
So I'm heating up a frying pan to make some steak.
Wait, frying pan or a skillet?
Well, same thing.
No, not the same thing.
Well, I would use my cast iron skillet, but I don't feel like using that right now. And my roommate's gonna come home and she's baking tonight. She's making pumpkin roll.
Yeah, but the searing that you get from a cast iron, you can't beat it.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm hungry and I don't want to wait. So I'm watching the stream and I've noticed Sim has something up called Timeline of the Player. Where's that at?
Treed sent it to us earlier. I don't know.
If you click on images and maps, it's in there.
Yeah.
There's a little search bar at the bottom. If you've got a bunch of stuff, you can just type time and timeline for players should pop.
Trying to even find out where that is. What button would I push to find that?
So on the right hand side, there should be a button marked images and map.
For it.
The third big button down.
All right, I've
Mine
returned.
third big button down says class.
Is Tree back?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. We can continue. Awesome. All right.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. You meant in library.
That's weird. For me, it's not in the library, but my view is always going to be different from everybody else.
Yeah. Oh no. It's gone again.
Yeah,
don't know
her
what I
view
did with-
probably has just one row. You only see one row instead of two. Off to
One-
the right.
What do you mean one row of buttons?
Or one column, not row. Sorry.
Yeah, I only have one column. Because PC, background, classics, items, race, skills, spells, tokens.
Mine
library.
also started out that way, but I hit some button somewhere that gave me two columns. So
Open,
I know that
open
there's.
the library, and at the top there are a bunch of buttons that'll say different things, and that's different layouts for your buttons.
Oh, there
so,
it
like,
is.
There's a create. There's all.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, gotcha.
You can customize which ones are shown.
Okay, nice.
Anyway, so yes, a dwarf and a human went off that.
You cut off for me, Rev. Sorry,
Treed.
Huh?
Treed.
cut
Yeah.
off.
Sim and Zin were talking about asking a guard if they saw a dwarf and a human, and the guard said yes.
Thank you kindly. I guess we're gonna head off west, trying to find them.
Yep. So. Oh,
Yeah, you're able to find their tracks and the tracks they found.
nice. So I looked at Zinema and I say, "We doing this?
Yeah, we're doing this.
You feel confident
Someone has.
us following after these two?"
Well, their tracks are quite plain to see. They're not hiding it, so it should be easy enough to catch up with them.
All right then.
Also, reminder, all your weapons were peace bonded at one point.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Let's unbond those.
All right, we out the gates then. I assume we're beyond the. If we're moving beyond the city, then yeah,
Yeah.
at the ready, weapons at the ready.
So, while you are tailing people, the people you are tailing,
Mhm.
I'm assuming you guys keep following the big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we. I would have followed it all the way to the river.
Okay.
Oh
And-
no, you were following them the other direction.
Yeah, we're following them out to the west.
From
From the river. Right, correct. Sure.
yeah.
And
So
I recommend that we unbound our weapons.
Agreed.
okay, you now have weapons at the ready, and you are following tracks. You're going right towards that smoke, or where that smoke used to be. It's pretty much all just. You are heading in that general direction.
Well, we'll finally see if it was a volcano or not.
Now it's going to be like my home.
So the tracks are not following the road. The road goes like west, and then there's a little path that cuts north. You're kind of cutting a diagonal line across that, following these big boot prints. You follow them for a little ways, and you crest a small hill, and you see the source of the smoke. It looks like it might at one time have been a farm, but now it's, the bottom 16 to 36 inches of a stone building that has, it looks like, just been blown the fuck over. And not far from that, there's the remains of another building, it looks like. Just in front of that second building, there's a big pile of gore.
Oh boy.
Can I tell if it was like destroyed from the outside or from the inside? Like, how's the blast pattern?
Yeah, can we determine any kind of like specifics about what occurred?
Between the two of you, maybe one.
Or the type of damage caused?
Yeah, like that type of damage caused.
What you can tell is that, at best guess, this used to be a little square farmhouse and a little round, like, grain silo type building. Um, there was something wooden in front of the silo, pulled by something made of flesh and blood. Whatever was in that wooden cart got hit by something that exploded, whatever. That was approximately the epicenter that exploded the flesh and blood creature or creatures. You can't even tell if it was one or two.
Sure.
And all of the rubble is kind of like pushed away from that center point, but that's really all you can tell.
But it was most definitely an explosion.
It was definitely something with great force. Yeah, it was a boom.
I wonder why they're so nonchalant about it in the castle city.
I mean, they had other shit to worry about.
Maybe they thought it was volcano too.
So I guess let's follow the boot tracks, right?
I'm going to take a look around, see if I can't find anything that kind of survives the blast or that can be.
You're not the best tracker in the world, apparently. You lose the boot tracks somewhere around the edge of where it's burnt out and hard to track.
Oh, shit.
But the boot tracks definitely led from and to this general explodey area. And while you're poking around in rubble and blast patterns, a couple of familiar elves crest the ridge and see the same thing with you poking about.
Nice.
Well, looks like we found them.
Well, how are you
I
two?
look back and I'm just kind of mournful. I'm not really jovial as I was before, considering there's just this spattering of blood everywhere, I imagine. Like, I imagine just visceras all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
A
good.
couple of donkeys, couple of horses, a single big horse. You're not sure, but there's bits of it everywhere.
My God, this disgusting. What? Do you think that giant thing did this? God. What would cause that giant to come here, cause all this havoc, and then just leave?
Well, the
Don't they
giant
normally-
was able to explode everything here, so I imagine it had purpose. Assuming still that it is the same creature.
So, kind of wondering at this point. I really feel like we should really try to follow this trail, try to do the best we can to figure out where this is at.
Or at least see where it went to so that we can report it.
Some indication, yeah.
Well, now that the ranger's here, you're a little bit better at the tracking thing for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna see where the see where if I can find the where they lead to.
Well, they lead from and to the same place, and that's the rubble of the round structure.
The rubble of a round structure.
Yeah, there are two structures that have been leveled by this blast. One was squarish and appears to have been a house, and the round one appears to have been some kind of small grain storage.
So the tracks just lead back and forth between the two places.
Yeah, they lead out of the circular rubble to town, and then from town back to circular rubble.
Now, these tracks make no sense.
Yeah,
comes
because
out of town
did we
around here and
see?
then back.
Are we seeing the same? So the thing we saw move across before, is that what we're assuming is the same thing? Or are we under the assumption that those are two different things, the boot versus the thing moving across the water? That's ultimately, I think, what we need to.
There wasn't a thing moving across the water. There was a thing under the water that walked up out of the.
Right, correct. Sorry, from under the water. Like, are we thinking it's the same thing? Because in that sense, then it would have been moving away from us, right?
Well, let
And
me
it's
see.
come out now.
Let me see if I can make it. I'm assuming that this occurred prior to that poor man's leg being off. It came out, destroyed here, went back into the town. And from there, I heard those booming sounds underneath the street, alerted the guards. We all know what happened from there. And then from there, I saw it move across from there to out into the plain. So how is this creature getting in and out of the town freely?
I would take a guess that it did so.
I'm sorry, dwarf. You'll need to speak up.
I would take a guess that it did so underwater.
Well, I'm not strong enough to go diving under that that torrent there, so that leads to pretty much a dead end.
You're an elf.
So where do we think it is now? Do we think it's in the city, currently roaming about?
No, because we
The
saw it
freshest
leave.
tracks you have are the tracks leading into the rubble that is in.
Okay, so these are the freshest then. So it has left the city. Well, as far as we can gather.
Yeah, we should probably check the roll.
So we're checking. Yeah, that was the next step, is checking the rubble, going over, and if this is where the tracks lead to,
Yep.
we need to investigate here.
And I'm already moving that direction. As I'm moving that direction, I'm kind of looking through the rubble, looking to see if I can find anything.
All right. Well, something is about to happen, so let me get things pulled up here.
Oh, my pan.
Anything? Can we find anything in the rubble?
Ah, you need token.
Oh, I need a token?
How do I get these onto the damn map? Aha! I got it.
Yes.
So I don't know how much more viscera I can sort through today.
Trade, are we like up in the area where I drew the circle?
I didn't hear that.
Are we up in the like around the area where I drew the circle, or am I on the wrong side? Like,
Oh, I'm not looking at the map anymore.
okay. Was it south or north of the road?
So the road that goes west, it is north of that,
Okay.
but it's no longer on a major road because it's just a little far.
Yeah.
All right, you should see your tokens. Move yourselves in a rough approximation of where you are towards the left-hand side of
Sorry about that. All right, so we're supposed to be on the left-hand side of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Roundabouts. Where's the rubble we're inspecting? Is that where we are now?
The rubble is. Shoot, I'm doing this backwards. I guess you should be on the right-hand side because you're moving.
Maggie, no, baby girl, down.
Mm-mm.
So we should be on this side.
Yeah, move yourselves over to the right-hand side somewhere.
Oh.
Spider.
That's just the token I'm using.
All of a sudden, I feel like the Final Fantasy fight music start.
Right.
So these are not spiders.
What
The
are
things
they?
you see in front of you.
Uh-oh, did we lose him?
No, I'm just getting things. I'm trying to make a picture of the things you are seeing.
Oh, I almost forgot it. I almost didn't have equipment equipped. Let me go equip that. I was wondering why my armor class was down so low.
What was it at?
It was like at 13. Forgot I didn't have my armor equipped.
Oh.
Ooh, look,
Things.
thing.
Oh, look at that.
Looks like one of those little seekers in the new arc.
It looks rather gnomish. So.
So now I gotta add a thing here.
Oh, yeah, there's something in the tokens thing now. It's a bag of animal tokens. This program is really nice.
Yeah, it is.
So as we go forward, will we be putting our story in the story category? Or is that someone keep track of, or is that going to be up to us?
The story is actually mostly DM notes and stuff. I mean, it's an outline of things for me to throw at you to help keep things organized.
And then the same thing with the quest list?
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm using spiders as tokens and so forth because you don't actually know what these things are, and they look kind of spider-like, so close enough. Everybody roll.
Oh, I lost it. One moment. Sorry. Happens when I stuff.
I imagine you said your initiative.
I lost the map. Thank you.
Them keen senses.
All right. I'm sorry. What was I was supposed to be rolling for?
Initiative.
Initiative.
Which dice? Sorry. Remember, I
So
haven't played this.
On your
First
skill
first
sheet, it's
page.
initiative.
Yeah,
Hmm?
on the first main tab, it's about in the middle of the page between AC and speed, and you can like
Oh.
pull a little die icon to roll it.
The I and IT. Got it.
And
Oh.
dang, 9.
So it looks like Michelle goes first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm gonna kind of bounce around a moment with my dual axes before using both of them to cast an Eldritch Blast. It's kind of like a purple-red, fiery-like substance that streams forth and shoots the closest one.
That does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage, and I'll just apply it to one of them. All right, are you gonna move or are you done?
I'm just gonna stand where I am. Ah, what are these things?
And now it's Sim's turn.
Okay, so this is where I gotta muddy through. Okay, so it's my it's gonna be skills, right? Or no? Or is it
So
ability?
the first thing, what do you want to accomplish?
Which one did you go after? Did you pick one?
I just picked the very first one, the
Yeah,
one that's
that's what
closest to us.
That's what I was thinking too. I feel like it would probably be beneficial to attack in this situation.
Do you have a ranged weapon?
I have my hold on. Inventory. I have the spear that I know can be thrown.
Yeah, you can have to spirit that.
So you've got an action, movement action,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I'm missing one other thing from a normal turn. Either way, main action, bonus action, movement action are going to be your primary usually. Since you're a paladin, you might have spells that fall under bonus action as well,
Mm-hmm.
but primary actions are going to be like attack actions or drinking a potion or
All right.
stuff like that.
I feel like I don't really want to like push up. I'd rather them come to us. And I feel like if he's already hit the first one, then I want to like, provide. I probably want to toss my spear. So what do I have to do on here to make that happen?
Just use the ranged attack on the spear, throw it in the chat block, and I'll figure out.
Oh wow, you just
Yeah,
put it on
if
like
you
that.
if you go to actions, your spear should be listed, and there probably
Right.
is a ranged value for it that you can just drag the dice and throw it into the chat.
Okay, so do I just highlight spear or?
You drag the die next
Oh.
to the dude that looks like he's chucking a spear. You take that big die and you drag that into the chat, and that will do your.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying when you say you see the guy chucking a spear. I don't see that.
Okay, on your character sheet under actions.
All right. Oh, okay. My God, I went right over it. Yeah, yeah. So on my spear, I'll take that, and then I'll do the die and just take the die from him and toss it in.
Yeah, you just
throw it
Got
into
it.
the
pick up
chat
the
window.
die that's next
Got
to
it.
the throw-in.
Oh.
Okay, that hits.
Oh,
So
crap.
now you drag the damage over into that.
Can I grab any die off of the character sheet UI, or do I just have to grab the other die and toss it?
Right next to that, it says 1d6 plus 1 piercing.
Yeah.
Drag that.
Oh my God, this is sick. What? Wow. Can't believe how they made this work.
Yeah, after the initial hump, it seems like it's pretty smooth to use.
I just can't believe they made it literally to where you could drag so many things from these sheets into or out of them.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a bonus action and enter a rage, and I'm going to attack the closest one. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that.
How? You're significantly far from it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the map up.
Yeah, so you can move and attack. That is a thing you can do, but I don't know. Yeah, your movement probably can't make it there. There is something called a dash action where you can double your movement.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize the first one was dead. What is
Got
it?
erased.
25?
Yeah, but Shaw and I wrecked it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to adjust something for rage and didn't realize that. Okay, so I have movement speed of 25. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Each of those squares is 5 feet.
Yeah, no.
5 feet.
That's 60. So, all right. So I'll dash to get within 50 feet of it. So I'll move up to 10 squares. So 1, 2,
Oh, yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And that ends my turn.
Oh, I missed.
Uh-oh.
Well, that one missed too.
Yee. Uh-oh.
What's your armor class?
Oh my gosh, bro.
Hold on. It is 15.
Yep, it missed. Or rather, its claw clanged off your armor.
Boy, that's close.
So how tall are they compared to him?
Mm-hmm.
They're like somewhere between waist and chest high. They're like belly button
So
for a
he's
dwarf. Folk.
genuinely dancing with spiders over there.
Well,
Yeah.
mechanical things.
Dances
Or
with
mechanical, yeah, mechanical little mirror things.
It's the elf lady's turn.
spiders. Zinema. You can do this, Zinema.
She come back from making her steak.
Sorry, my headset was off. I want to move. Can I move up a few squares? Because I noticed I'm completely behind bush.
Yeah, don't ignore the bushes. There's
Oh, okay.
clear line of sight.
Okay.
This is just
Alright.
a random battle map.
Terrain.
Then I'm going to attack with my longbow.
That definitely hit. Okay. Do you still want to move, or are you done?
No, if I have a clear line of sight, I'm good. I end my turn.
Alrighty. Alright, can you redefine for me on tile combat how a cone works?
I
So
will
a
be-
15-foot cone would be, I guess, just a straight line in front of me with 2 branching panels, I guess. Well, either way, I'm not moving that, or I'm not accomplishing that this round anyway. So I'm going to charge up and
So-
do another Eldritch Blast.
All right.
Oh.
There's your code.
Ooh, wow.
Nice.
Not a
15-foot cone?
No,
No,
15-foot cone would only be
okay.
3 squares.
Just the 3 in front of me. Sure. Okay, so it would just be. So would it include those? So it's the first block, the second center block, but not the outer 2, and then the third, all 3 blocks. Correct?
Yeah, the way it's drawn now.
Yeah. Basically, you would cheat it one direction or the other a little bit because it's 1, then 2, then 3.
Okay. Sure.
Because
sure.
a cone is symmetrical, so as far out from you as it is how wide it is. So I would let you choose either the middle one and the top one, or the middle one and the bottom one for that second section, and then of course all.
Gotcha. Okay, so like an L shape, the night pattern.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So I am going to move forward, but I am just going to Eldritch Blast him in the face one more time. The one to the.
Poor Rev.
The one with an arrow in it or not?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Never mind.
Did it splatter off to the side?
Yeah, you missed it by that much.
Aw.
Ah, little things. They're surrounding him.
So here's the thing. So I tossed a spear already, right?
Yep.
And I'm assuming I don't have that in my hands anymore.
That is correct. It is not
So-
a magical spear of returning.
Yep. So now I'm gonna need to move forward. Before I can attack them with my light hammer, right? Do I have any spells available?
At first level, I don't think so.
Nothing until like what, 3 or something like that.
At second or third.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm gonna have to move up. And so, how does the movement work on this thing? You said we count the squares.
Yeah, every square is 5 feet, and your front page of your character sheet tells you how far you can move.
Thank you.
I believe it's 30. So 6 squares.
So 6. Oh man. Okay. Well,
12 if you charge.
Yeah, now, you can use your action to dash, which doubles your movement speed, but takes your action for the turn.
So I think I'm gonna take my dash and move up 12 behind the spider at the bottom there, because I feel like if Rev is sitting there without someone else as a target, and I do have a sword and shield or mason shield and some decent armor, so my thoughts are as if I move up there, I'm an additional target and puts me in position to do some damage next turn. So
All right, so I'm going to take my bonus action to enter a rage and attack the spider.
Hurt spider or unhurt spider?
Unhurt. I don't want to turn.
Get him,
Oh,
dwarf.
that sucks.
oh damn,
Oh,
dude, it's the alcohol, isn't it?
No,
With a +6, he still ends up rolling an 8.
Ah,
Gee fucking.
that's
Yeah.
horrible.
remind me
It's
not
alright.
to take you to Vegas.
I applied on the computer. It didn't let it roll at all. It just sort of bounced off the screen and stayed at 2 the entire way.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to turn because I don't want to give them the opportunity to attack. I mean, spiders ain't rolling that hot either. Sam. Oh, well, the last one did decent.
Man, you're getting lucky these little things ain't hitting you.
No.
They're terrified of me. Actually, they're probably intoxicated by the smell of the alcohol.
Oh, shit. That's what I forgot. It's the beginning of your turn, not the beginning of their turn. Rewinding a little bit. At the beginning of your turn, you took 6 damage.
Oh, they poison me? Okay.
No, because you are close to them, you got hit by an electrical discharge.
Oh, what?
Interesting.
Yeah, any creature that begins their turn within 10 feet.
Has an electrical discharge?
Yep. And
Yeah.
there was no way for any of you to know that until
It happened.
the beginning of Rev's turn there when it happened.
Buddy.
Okay, now you can shoot things. I wouldn't worry too much. That didn't even go through all his temporary hit points.
It's alright, Rev, I'm here.
Go stay back there with your long sticks.
Remember this next time you're getting 3-wayed by freaking spiders, dude.
Man, at least I was man enough to run up here first instead of throwing things.
I mean... Alright, we'll see what's up. Zinema.
Dude, seriously though, these spiders do not want me to fucking hit them.
Okay. And attacking with my bow again. Obviously the one I already hit.
Yep. That'll hit it.
And I end my turn.
Alright. Bashal. I think he's next, isn't he? Got 2 spiders left.
Oh, so it is. We're just gonna keep with Eldritch Blast.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think I've noticed the threshold so far.
It's higher than that, you missed.
Gotcha. Damn it!
I knew 11 wasn't enough, but I wasn't sure if 12 was.
Right.
Hey, Tim,
Yes?
you take 4 damage.
I know. It's unfortunate. Do I need to do anything on my sheet, though? To account for that? Oh, there it is right there.
I did it.
Oh, nice. Got it. Okay, so now I'm here. So I'm going to go to my action tab, and I'm going to take... Can I pull my spear out? Or off the ground?
Sure, you can pick your spear up.
All right, so is it going to cost me any action points for that?
We'll call that your movement action, and then you can attack with it.
Okay, so I'm just going to take the spear. I'm going to take the attack one, I'm gonna drop that in here, which was crappy, really crappy actually.
Missed. But now you're holding a spear.
I mean, is that
Hey,
spear
Red.
in your hand, or are you just happy to see me?
So attacking the one in front of me.
You got zotted again.
Damn.
Yeah. Dude, I swear my computer is fucking me right now. Like, I can see the number when it bounces off the wall, and it stays that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a... did you adjust my temporaries?
I didn't touch your temporaries.
I'm good. Oh, do I get an attack of opportunity?
No.
Aw.
Yeah, it's got to actually move a space for that to occur.
I thought if it like turned away from you, it gave you an attack of opportunity.
No.
That's
Cinema.
Damn, I'm gonna take 4 damage again next turn. But they'll die before we do.
At least somebody can hit.
I mean, to be fair, I wrecked him with that spear earlier. Rolled good numbers. Watch my next roll be dark garbage, though. I'd feel bad, dude.
holy shit. Is that me lagging or y'all lagging?
I'm gonna go with you.
Yeah,
Just attacking the most wounded one. I'm going to attack the one closest to Sim.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Bashal.
But
Uh-oh.
I can't see. It's getting dark out here.
Hey, Sim.
This, yes. Yes. My turn, yes. I'm thinking of doing bludgeoning with my light hammer this time. So here we go. Oh, why? I don't want to see what it says. I don't see the number popping up, though.
Yeah, I didn't see it pop up. Do you have it equipped?
You have to put it in the. It has to go either the chat box or the dice tower. Anywhere else doesn't.
I did it in the chat box. That's really weird. Let me try it again. The heck? That was strange.
That was a miss.
Bludgeoning. Rev.
Is Rev dead?
Hopefully not.
I imagine the colored spheres are what our health is at.
I mean, I took what,
Or
4?
for poison or
4.
not.
I'll take 4 again in a minute. I'm gonna be at like 12 in a minute. We hit 13, dude. This is bad times. I'm gonna have to move in a minute, you guys. Sorry. Retreat.
Jesus, Red.
Now, warning: moving out of a threatened space means you will take an attack of opportunity.
Oh,
meaning
never mind.
They can attack you on exit.
So I'm not
Unless
doing
you
that.
have a disengage.
I don't.
Yeah, unless you use disengage as an action, because that's a thing for everybody now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you
Everybody?
take a 5-foot step and disengage, and then you can take a move action. That takes your goal.
What? It's interesting.
I didn't know it was for everybody. But no, seriously, if I ever hit one of these damn things, probably going to one shot.
The dwarf makes excellent bait.
I mean, I'm at 8 damage out of 13, so that's not good.
Ooh,
Oh, buddy.
that's 16 though.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Who was that at?
That was it, Sim. Sim, you take 2 damage.
Oh, boy.
You got clawed.
This does not bode well for our hero. Actually, I'm dead next turn then.
I don't have a shield.
I mean, I have a shield.
Equipped?
It should be equipped. It's been equipped. I mean, I asked about that earlier.
His armor class isn't 18 though.
Can you heal yourself?
Oh, they get +2. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I've just been rolling them flat because I don't have them built in here. I got them from a separate.
So, I mean, I didn't think I could use my lay on hands in combat, right? Or can I?
Hey, yeah.
Damn. I mean, I'm dead next turn anyway, right? So.
Not if your ranger hits and kills.
Oh yeah, the one next to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll have to
Just
heal.
killed that one.
Alright. Attacking again?
So what does this actually heal me for?
Yay! At least somebody can hit. Ow. There we go.
Dang.
Yay.
Nice.
This could suck.
Can do it.
Unless this
Yay,
player
you
can
live!
color-
No, thank you for saving me.
Get fucked!
Yeah.
Damn, 25.
Too bad it's not a crit.
Aw,
One more.
that'd been nuts if that was a crit.
I don't even think spells can crit, but yeah.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what things they.
So let's practice. How do I use a spell like that on here? Like we've been rolling dice for the weapons and stuff. Like, is there a way I could drag and drop something here for that too, or is that something I've just got to roll regular dice or whatever for?
Yeah, if I had normal things set up properly in here for these creatures, you could very easily just drag and drop it. Right now, I'm just using the combat tracker as a placeholder for the initiative.
Okay, so which one
To
do I?
answer your question, yes. Under actions, you can. There's like this little.
Okay.
I think it's supposed to be a magnifying glass. The little kind of brown loop thing.
Right.
You can click that to kind of expand multiple options on the spell list, which will have like
Oh, right
little
there.
cast die roll and attack die roll. If you've
But
got
you
a
just don't
spell
have
that
any
does-
spells right now.
Lay on hands, I can use that,
Oh.
right or no?
Lay on hands isn't a spell.
So
Yeah,
I
that's
can.
like a class feature.
How would I? That's what I'm saying. So how would I use that in combat? Is there a way to do it? I mean, do I just have to say it?
You already used your lay on hands, and you
Okay.
haven't had a long rest, so you have 0 points left.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. So I'll toss my spear at Spidey there then. 'Cause I'm not trying to get all up on that. Oh. Ooh.
See, that's what happens when you have to help people.
I mean, look. I tossed a good number at him. I mean,
Yeah, roll your damage.
all right. Which one? I do this one right here. Drag and drop. Not that one. Sorry. Come on, baby. Give me big monies. Oh. Wasn't horrible, I guess.
And to answer your prior question, it takes an action to use lay on hands, and you can dump however many points from your pool into it, or you can dump 5 points to expend to neutralize a poison. Or
Okay. That's helpful. For
Hey,
everybody
Rev, you actually
watching.
hit.
Sweet.
Yay, huzzah!
For everybody watching, just in case you're curious, as far as Sim there, I used
Fucking really?
laid on hands to heal 5 people who were about to die in the city earlier, so I can't use it now.
Oh, I have my +6 modifier.
Feels bad.
Feels bad, man.
I mean, it could be
Yeah.
worse, but
Hey, you killed the things.
yay!
Yay!
Puckered up a little right now. I'm not gonna lie.
what the hell was that?
Where did they come from? Who's our
So
tracker?
as the last of them is beaten into a dented and sparking submission, all 4 of them make a nice noise and disappear.
What sorcery is that?
You might find out later.
Da-da-da-da.
Well, is everyone okay after the battle?
Define okay.
I mean,
I feel like shit.
I'm just saying, I'm 1 HP okay if that, like, you know,
Well,
1 hit point to
least
death.
ouch.
These
might
things popped
need-
out in the rubble, right? Like we're fighting
Yeah.
in the rubble is kind of what we're doing.
No,
No.
they just kind of popped into existence near you while you were in that area.
They popped into existence.
Yeah, that popping noise they made, they disappeared. They made that same noise when they appeared. You were just kind of high on adrenaline because you had.
Looking at big ogre feet trails or whatever. Yeah. That man, that's scary. You know.
Now, if you want, you can take a short rest, which means in your
Tent.
character sheet on the first page, there's a little thing that says HD. You can drag that die into the chat box, and you will heal whatever you roll.
Oh baby, you guys ready for this? Who goes first? We can do it all at once. Oh, I'm tossing it, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Be a good number. Be a good number. Be a good number. Oh, that went right off the board, didn't it? Damn it. Didn't count, did it? No. All right, here we go. What? I'm excited. I really want a good heal. By the light. Oh, it's decent, I guess.
I mean, at least I hit okay.
Didn't
No,
count. I don't see anything.
What the hell, dude?
Yeah,
I'm kind of watching stream, and I'm seeing you kind of wiggle your dice back and forth like you're shaking it.
I mean, I'm trying to get into the fucking, like, you know, pretending like I'm really holding this thing. Come on, baby, don't. See, that was horrible. My last heal should have healed for much better than that. Just saying. It was on the damn text sheet, too. This text sheet is bullshit. That's like 2 times I've dropped something on it. It's just like, nope.
But I also observed that it rolled off of the
The
chat
first
box.
time, the second time I rolled it, it was like a 7 or something, or an 8. And then this time I dropped it in the same spot. It didn't go as far, but it was still on the sheet. The first one was the only one that went off to the top.
I end my rage, by the way.
Horse shit.
So something that decided to just attack us from out of nowhere.
Yo,
Do we want to talk about it?
I mean,
Yeah. Apparently, apparently we're getting too close to something, but I have never seen anything like that before. And
I have no idea what I just witnessed.
Well,
dark
it's
magic.
mechanical, so I'm assuming gnomes had something to do with it.
That's racist.
that logic, though.
Well,
but what
I
would
mean,
bring
we
gnomes all the way off down here off of their map?
Way up there.
who knows? Maybe they finally decided to grow some balls and get revenge.
And with that, since people arrived early, I think that is a decent place to call it for the.
Sounds good. It's been a fantastic times.
Now you can ponder what you're going to investigate and what you might find.
Yep, next time. And fuck you, Fantasy Grounds, for not accepting my rolls 2 times tonight.
And when we come back, we'll the points in the fight, or is that done automatically?
Oh, you can all give yourselves 50 experience points.
50?
Yeah.
Where do we give the XP at, though?
So if you click on class and level,
Yes?
it opens up a box. You can give yourself 50 XP, and I don't remember what it is to next level. I can look that up.
Oh, I see it.
I
Soul
want to say
spoon
it's
thing.
300 to next level.
Is it?
You are correct. So go ahead and fill that in. Next level is 300.
Okay, so
Where at?
click the spoon to the bottom right of class.
Next to where it says class and level.
Yeah.
So click on Ranger for you.
All right, we're
Sure.
at 50.
And I will leave this up so you guys can continue mucking about a bit in it, but try and keep your hit points and so forth the same as they are, because you're still doing.
Yeah,
There we go.
sounds good. Well, it's been fantastic, everybody. This was our guild night, guild D&D campaign evening. I'll call it episode 1 or night 1, whatever. We'll pick this up sometime in the future, undetermined. It'll be here. We'll announce it to the guildies. Everybody's been hanging out on Twitch and stuff. Thanks so much. It's been freaking awesome. We've actually held around a good number today. Actually, very surprising the turnout. So, freaking round of applause to all of you who have been hanging out and watching, lurking or otherwise. To anybody watching this on Twitch or YouTube, there'll be some links and descriptions or on the website or on the Twitch here that you can apply to the guild if you like it. Otherwise, I will catch you all next time. Have a great night. Have a good day. Whatever. Bye.